The time is now 4:01 p.m. The Warwick Finance Committee for May 22nd, 2023 is now in session. First on the agenda is PCR 5823, resolution relative to transfer of supplement appropriations and emergency appropriations. I respectfully make a motion to move to public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I apologize. Before we vote, any questions from members of the committee? I don't do that. Right, that's what I'm saying. Okay. That's what this meant. Item number 2 is PCR 57-23, resolution adopting the budget and setting the tax rates of the City of Warwick for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2023 and ending July 30th, 2024. Make a motion to move to public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The time is now 4:02 and the Finance Committee is adjourned.
Good evening, everyone. I call the May 22nd, 2023 council meeting to order. The clerk will call the roll. Here.
Here.
Yeah.
Here. Thank you. Councilman Howe, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the hope of the brave?
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to highlight how this budget process is going to proceed this evening. So if you have your agenda at home, we will go through each department in the order that is listed. Members of the council can ask questions and members of the public can ask questions. We have the administration here to answer any questions presented. And then we will move on. Once that department is finished, we will move on to the next department, and then the same process will continue. So this evening, there will be no votes, no amendments being made, no proposals. This is just the public hearing on both PCR 5723 and PCR 5823. We are also going to shoot, this is a long agenda, so we are going to shoot for a break around 7:30 this evening. We will finish the item that we were on. We won't stop in the middle of something, but we will finish on the item that we were on, and then we'll look to take a half an hour break around 7:30 this evening, and then we will return and pick up on the agenda where we left off. So that is the process this evening. I look forward to hearing from everyone. And at this time, I'd like to open the public hearing. So for committee report, finance.
Favorable action on both items for public hearing, Mr. President.
Motion has been made to open the public hearing, second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor of starting the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any objections? Okay. At this time, I would like to introduce Mayor Frank Picozzi to introduce his budget.
President McAllister, members of the Honorable City Council. This budget being presented today to the council proposes an increase in municipal expenses of $5 million, or 3% over the budget adopted for the current year. After review of the school budget needs, we also propose a $3.8 million increase, or 2.8% in the city appropriation. With additional state aid, the school budget is up 4% in fiduciary year 24, representing growth of $7.1 million. To support this budget, the property tax levy on residents and businesses will increase by 2.9%. However, with economic growth from new investments in our city, the net increase on existing properties will amount to 2.4%. During the difficult economic conditions and financial challenges of the pandemic and historically high inflation, working together with the council, we have been able to hold the line on taxes. As you know, there has not been a tax increase in 3 years. To accomplish this, we benefited from an infusion of federal revenues allocated through the American Rescue Plan. This outside funding has generated a structural deficit. In this budget, we address this issue and have not relied on any federal assistance to meet our recurring city expenses. In addition, our fund balance is healthy and now stands in excess of $30 million. This, along with economic growth, which is occurring in the city, will enable us to ease property tax burdens going forward. The budget before the council provides the ability to the city to continue to provide top quality, cost-efficient services to our community. We have also approached this budget with a multi-year outlook. The budget looks to the long term in stabilizing the significant cost of pensions and initiates a strategy to address OPEB liabilities. We are also continuing to make necessary and vital investments to upgrade and modernize our facilities and equipment and to keep pace with evolving technology. I would like to thank our entire staff for the diligence and efforts in preparing sound department budget requests. In addition, and in particular, the administration has greatly benefited from the valuable knowledge, talent, and professionalism of Finance Director Peter Schaefer and Acting Chief of Staff Bruce Kaiser, whose combined experience in public finance and budgeting exceeds 90 years. They, along with the department heads, will be presenting this budget and will answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Picozzi. Okay, at this time, we will start with the revenue. This is on page 59 of the budget documents. You can also follow this online. If you go on the City Council website, you can see the documents, the budget documents, as well as the City of Warwick's website. I believe the finance director, Mr. Schaefer, has a few words, and then we will open up to questions. And please let the record show that Councilman Ricks is in attendance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would say that the revenue estimates this year are more aggressive than they've been the last 2 years. If you go to the fiscal year 22 audit, or you look at our expected revenues in 23 in this budget, we've done better than what was budgeted for a couple of years now. Part of that was we were dealing with the pandemic, the midst of the pandemic at that time. But and the fact of the matter is municipal employees are conservative people. So I'm dealing with directors of different departments, and they take as conservative a view on estimates as possible. So working with them, there have been some increases beyond what they were originally comfortable with. I would note one area, we're clearly going to collect more on interest penalties on taxes than we contemplated. We thought it was going to be low because of the elimination of the car tax. It's coming in higher, but I'm still comfortable with the combined number of the property tax collections, which we're using a higher rate of 99.5%. Once again, because there's no car tax, and that's where the area really was. But I'm comfortable in both years combining interest penalties and collection rate to the total number that's in this budget. So there are other, we have people here on certain categories that will be responsive to any questions you have.
Thank you, Director. So we're on the revenue part of the budget here. One of the things I'd like for you to highlight, Director, is new revenue that is coming into the city of Warwick in form of the cannabis tax. This is on page 62, account 03321. Can you just speak to that? This is because of a new law and everything. Right. This is a new revenue coming to the city of Warwick.
Yes, the state is paying it. It became law December 1st. They make a payment. The state makes a payment based upon our 3% share once every 3 months. We received $128,000 for the period December 1st through February 28th. But the second facility didn't open until March. So we're comfortable in the estimates here of
$900,000.
$400,000 in the current year. So that's a new item this year. That's the number that I forgot. Mm-hmm. And $900,000 next year, and that's based upon continuing to have two licensed facilities selling recreational cannabis.
Thank you. And the other question that I have is, can you talk about the airports, their payments, they're in lieu of taxes? I believe that's item 033277.
I thought you were going to be asking me about the other ones, which are flexible relative to economic activity, which is the parking surcharge and the rental car. And you'll notice that we have pretty significant increases. Parking surcharge, last year we collected $900,000. We're estimating 1.2 million this year, 1.3 million next year, we're also seeing a good increase in the rental car surcharge. Those are the two that we
have some control over.
Yes,
correct. That was what the point I was to make is that those things that we have some, when the airport expands, we receive some additional things, but that payment in lieu of taxes, the airport's been pretty steady for a number of years here. So I don't know, my colleagues and I may want to.
I think that amount is statutory. So that's.
Yes, exactly. So I just like to highlight that as well. Any questions on the revenue budget from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I would like to request that the finance director explain that we have presented on our desk this evening and how they relate to the budget that we received in our budget package. There's 4 pages here, and I see that there's some pretty significant changes in some of the line items, and I think we should all have an explanation as to what they mean and how it occurred.
I missed his microphone cut, Councilman's microphone cut off. I missed the first part of it.
I'm sorry. What I'm asking for is an explanation about these 4 pages of documents that we found on our desks when we got here today. It appears as though at least 1 or 2 of them contain corrections to the original budget that we received the week before last. And I think everyone should have an understanding for these shifts in numbers, some of them $1 million plus.
All right. There are no changes in the bottom line from what you originally received a week ago and from what was advertised in the background. In the printing process, there were some rows deleted, and the bottom line for each section, executive and administration or whatever, it remains the same. Just the row, a couple of rows have been deleted in sections. So those pages are have been corrected with the right numbers in there. The totals haven't changed at all. There was an error in the roll-up on table 3, that's really the only. There were certain things that were categorized something other than personnel. The bottom line has not changed. It was the roll-up on the components of that, but the bottom line numbers have not changed. They're consistent with the thing that really happened was, if you look at the last section of the budget, it's called employee benefits. And the original table had all of the employee benefits, that category listed as personnel. But there are some things in that last section that are not employee benefits. Principally, our payment of liability insurance, postage costs, which are not significant, council claims that got rolled into the personnel category. They've been moved where they should be. But the bottom line remains the same. It was just a classification that was an error.
So with all due respect, the bottom line, as you say, didn't change, but how we evaluate the numbers leading to the bottom line did change. And it does make a difference to me when we're comparing, as an example, fiscal year 2022 actual budget in the documents we received of $129,829,163. And then today, we have on our desk a document that says the fiscal year 2022, this is for personnel services, by the way, is actually $126,762,079. That's a significant difference. And how each and every one of us interpret these numbers and how we relate to them as they impact the bottom line to the taxpayers probably varies from person to person. But I guess my question is, why weren't we sent this earlier as opposed to just seeing it here tonight?
Well, it was the full document was posted on the website Friday afternoon. So with the corrections, and really it's only one correction. There were some rows deleted on some other pages, and the bottom line that there is no change to any individual division or department. It was just on the roll-up of the classification of personnel, operating expenses, etc. And it was available online at approximately 4 o'clock Friday.
Mr. Schaefer, as an elected official, I don't feel that I need to be held to the task of chasing this information down online or at the state. My question is, why wasn't this information provided to us, you said on Friday? Why wasn't it provided to us, these 9 elected officials, on Friday?
Well, it was provided to the council president and your clerk at that time.
Wasn't provided to me, and I didn't see it until this document right here this evening. So
I would have liked to get it to you earlier. That's correct.
who is responsible for putting together this budget as we received it?
Me.
You.
In
Is there anyone-
assisting the mayor preparing the budget. That's what the
Is-
charter says.
Is there anyone who proofreads this? Is there anyone who double checks the numbers and the additions?
Well, I would say yes, and the bottom line in every case was correct. There's a process we go through where we transition from spreadsheet format to a PDF type format to give you a clearer presentation, and that's where the error was made on all but table 3 where there was a error. You know, people come, people go. We have new people working on things. We try to do the best we can. All I can say is the bottom line has not changed. In any division or department, there was an error in the roll-up.
So are there other errors in this budget that we should be aware of, or do we just go from department to department?
Not that I'm aware.
to-
I'm very comfortable.
Okay,
that the
you're very
numbers are
comfortable
correct.
with it?
Yes.
Okay. So my concern is not so much with the revenue. My concern is with the spending. Mr. President, will you allow anyone on the council a few moments for opening statements regarding this budget before we proceed on with each department?
On the finishing process on Thursday, you will have that opportunity. It was not posted, therefore, we got to stick to revenue at this time.
Okay. So we can get it posted for the final meeting for comments from each of us on the city council
Well,
regarding.
before we
this
call a
budget.
vote, people will be able
Okay.
to make, council members will be able to make comments.
Okay. Well, I think that the change in these numbers definitely has an impact on how at least I interpret the bottom line. And I guess we'll just have to go through department and see where we get. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other members of the council have any questions on the revenue budget? Are there any questions from members of the public on the revenue budget? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Ricks.
Pardon my hand going up late. So there are a few items here that I want to just go over quickly. So obviously the biggest number is the collection rate. I see that it is set at 99.5% as it was in the previous year.
Excuse me, it was 90%. That's at 99%. I mentioned that changes. We've moved it up to 99.5% because of the elimination of the car tax. That was the area where we had the most serious problem in collections.
Right. Pardon me, I thought that I had said 99.5%. And that is what shows up in the packet.
But the budget you approved last year at this time had a 99%. That's before we knew the car tax was going to be eliminated. That happened 2 weeks after we passed this budget.
Okay, I follow. So it does appear that for the year that's wrapping up, that we will meet that 99.5%, I take it?
Including both that and our interest on past due taxes, yes.
There are some other items here. For example, I see that for the projection for this fiscal year that's closing, the amount of $4 million in the sale of city property, which is a different line item from the sale of city real estate, but really it's my understanding that it's the same thing. The $4 million is from the sale of city real estate. I see that the next column over shows $1,899,000 and change collected from year to date through March 31st. So it does appear that the remaining $2.1 million will be collected before the end of this fiscal year to reach that $4 million, I take it?
Yes, and I'd want the planning director to respond to.
Councilman, from what I was able to hear, that would be accurate.
Director, can you just identify yourself
Oh,
for the
yeah.
record?
Sorry, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director.
Thank you. And I take it that $2.5 million for sale of properties in this coming fiscal year, that would not include any properties that have already been sold, but instead would be properties that are currently on the market.
Right. So Aldrich and potentially the school admin site.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Let's see. My next question just had to do more generally with the projections on some items such as recording fees and building permit fees. So I see that the year to date on recording fees and building permit fees, well, not so much the building permit fees, which looking at it on a quarter by quarter basis, the building permit fees appear to be in line with the projection. So up through March 31st, $892,000 received, and at the end of this current fiscal year, $1.3 million being projected. But the recording fees up through March 31st totaled $490,000. The revised budget was initially forecasting $1.1 million and is now projected at $750,000. Does it appear that we are on track with the new projection of $750,000 for recording fees?
Yes, I would say so. Obviously, there's been both real estate transfer tax and recording fees. The volume of activity, partly because of the sales process is going on, but also no one's refinancing any longer. So we've definitely seen a deterioration of that. I disclosed that in January when I did, or February when I did. But I've been surprised. We're still comfortable with that. I would say this, that I'm surprised at how well, and I've got updated data that the building official just gave me last week. Through April, he's permitted $109.9 million of building activity. The same period last year was $105.4 million. So we're a little bit ahead of where we were last year, even with the increase in interest rates. And I'm very comfortable we're there on building permit, recording fees, and real estate transfer tax. There's clearly been some moderation.
Yes, I'm also more comfortable with this number. Obviously, no one can be certain of whether or not the city is going to hit that number. A lot depends on the broader economy. But I do recall last year that I was raising concerns when it came to a projection of receiving $1.1 million. And given the state of the economy, where a lot of people are projecting that the real estate market will head in the next year. I think that $750,000 is probably a lot more realistic. I also generally would expect that recording fees, building permit fees, and some of the other smaller fees, such as the smoke detector fees, are generally tend to be correlated. And so I do see that the smoke detector fees, for example, are projected at a lower rate than either the fiscal year 21, 22, and the revised fiscal year 23 budgets. So reviewing these and hearing the explanation on the 99.5% collection rate, I do think that the revenue budget here is realistic. I think that the one point of concern would be that if there may be reforms to certain exemptions, that could also potentially have some impact on the budget. But it is good to see these numbers that we're working with. It looks like these numbers are realistic. Thank you.
Any questions from members of the public? Hold on one second, Councilman. Any questions from members of the public on the revenue budget or the revenue projections? Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. The one area I had a question that hasn't been asked. If we flip to the rescue service fees, so our projected for this year is 4 million, proposed in 2024, 4.2.
Yes, I would say it's aggressive, but we index based upon reimbursement rates each year. When we get into the fire department, they're planning to add additional rescue, and that really shouldn't add, but it may add something to it. So that's where that came from.
Okay. I just, I know it's been a number of years since we reviewed the, what we seek for reimbursement on those. This is probably not the appropriate time to docket that, but to shore up this number, would you recommend we take a look at those? We haven't visited them in a number of years.
I'd want Lynn to talk about that. I think we do index based upon a Medicare reimbursement rate.
Lynn Prodger, City Treasurer. I think it was 3 years ago, Councilman Lattiser had proposed legislation that ties it to the Medicare rate, but we can look it over again if you want. Wouldn't hurt.
Proposed,
It was-
thought we set it to fixed amounts.
We did.
So it's variable tied to the reimbursement rate?
I think it warrants review
All right.
for sure.
Okay. Yeah, no, great. That was just a material increase and wanted to make sure that number was secure. But aside from that,
There's been a huge increase in runs.
yeah. Okay. Well, great. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, to go to Councilman Gebhardt's question, we had passed an ordinance increasing the rescue fees to the out-of-city rescue runs, as well as the fees were also, excuse me, being paid by the insurance companies. And the reason that happened is because through some research and some assistance from one of my constituents, it was discovered that we were charging far less than our surrounding communities. And those rates were adjusted up to fall in line with the other communities. The question I have to Mr. Schaefer is, what would be the commercial rate, or what effect would it have on the commercial rate if we reduced the commercial rate by 1%? How would that impact the businesses?
I'm not,
Well, we recently just changed the formula on, how that was done. So the question I'm asking is, if we were to lower that rate to commercial, what impact would that have on the businesses?
I'm not qualified to speak to that. What I would want Neil to speak to what the relationship is between the residential and commercial rate as pursuant to the resolution that you passed a month or so ago, and which is on the floor calendar Thursday, on the relationship of the residential and commercial rate. I can't speak to what it means to businesses.
Okay, so your
And then
suggestion is wait until the tax assessors department comes up and ask them.
And you can ask him now, you can ask him when the tax assessor
No,
department.
I can wait
come
for, I can wait.
All right.
I can wait. All right, I'll hold questions on that. I just assumed that if there was a shift, that it would have an impact on revenue as well. But we'll wait. Thank you.
You. Councilman Sinapi.
For line item 47-949, I just wanted to know why it was getting zeroed out.
What's the, I don't remember all the account numbers. I'm
That's
sorry.
senior center fees.
Just give me 1 minute to take a look at it. I don't.
We're looking on page 61 of the revenue budget.
Yeah. But if you're looking at human services program fees, I mean, it was $1,170 this year. Most of these small ones were just relying on what the Division of Human Services reports to us as to their estimate. So it may have been that they charge certain fees for certain activities that they're no longer charging anymore, but I can't give you a direct answer. We just depended upon that kind of thing, the estimate from the department.
Any other additional questions from members of the council? Any additional questions from members of the public on the revenue? Okay, hearing none, we will now move to the executive budget. That can be found on page 9.
Thank you, Council President Bruce Kaiser, Acting Chief of Staff. The executive budget is increased here primarily in the area of salaries, which reflect a 2.75% increase, which is the increase that's been agreed to for all non-union employees. As in prior year, we are splitting the salary of the media coordinator between tourism and culture development, 15% in tourism and culture development, and 85% in the executive office. Beyond that, we have an increase in the supplies as well as office equipment. We're looking at to purchase a new copier. That's reflective of approximately $1,000 increase per assistance from the MIS department. As you know, by charter, the mayor's salary is fixed at 100,000, so there's no increase there.
So we can't cut the mayor's salary? And I apologize, this is found on page 11. Any questions from members of the council on the executive budget? Councilman Foley.
Thank you. At this time, how many open positions in the executive administrative segment are there?
Well, as you know, with the departure of our prior chief of staff, Susan, mayor had reshuffle. So I'm serving as acting chief of staff presently, and we had elevated Aaron McAsee to deputy chief from executive aide. That the staffing plan that was budgeted in the current year with an executive aide and a chief of staff is the plan that we have budgeted for next year. The intention is that I'm going to, being that I'm acting, I'm stepping back after the first week of June to my role as economic development director, and Aaron's going to be stepping into the chief of staff position. The executive aide position will be open at that time. The mayor is going to determine throughout the course of the year whether additional staffing is necessary at that time. So we're in a state of flux at the present time, but that'll change shortly.
Thank you.
Any other members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Hi, Chief.
Hello.
So, Chief, I need a little clarity, and we'll start with your line item. So, last year, your line item was 115,000. This year, it's showing 121,413, which exceeds the 2.75 by about $6,000. I'm curious what the reason is for that.
The media coordinator's position was under budgeted in the budget last year. I believe that was discussed during the course of the hearings, that that salary was incorrect as presented. So the actual salary is 83,000 and change, and the new salary is $87,600 and $83. So there is a 2.75% increase on top of the salary that was paid during the current fiscal year for media coordinator.
Now I'm totally confused, because what I'm looking at is a job code description 339 showing a salary of $121,413.
Oh, okay. You're looking at chief staff.
Last year, that same job code 339 was showing 115,000. That 121 far exceeds a 2.75% increase. And the question I'm asking is why?
I don't have the personnel budget from FY23 with me, but I believe it was 118,000 was Susan's salary.
Well, the personnel budget that I'm looking at for 2021, 2022, found on page 1, says chief of staff, 115,000.
Councilman Lattiser, I'm just informed that you might be looking at the 21-22 fiscal year as opposed to 22-23.
Okay, yes, you're correct. Also, on page 33, the Director of Economic Development at 78,337, is that also part of your salary?
Is that part of my salary?
Yes.
Yes. So I'll be stepping just into that role exclusively, well, actually in a few weeks, but for the fiscal 24 budget, that's the salary that's budgeted.
So you'll be going into that role of 78,337.
Yes.
And right now, at least from the communications I've received, we have a deputy director or a deputy chief of staff. Where is that showing in this budget?
As I indicated, the staffing plan for FY24 will revert to the staffing plan for, as adopted in the FY23 budget, of a chief of staff, no deputy chief of staff. The deputy and the acting chief, as I am right now, was in an interim arrangement following the departure of our chief back in March to take us through the remainder of this fiscal year. Going forward, following my taking on my role as Economic Development Director in June, Aaron will be elevated to the Chief of Staff position, and the deputy position which has just been a temporary role, will be eliminated. We will retain the executive aide slot that was part of the staffing plan in the FY23 budget.
So why doesn't that position show in this current budget?
The deputy
of staff
chief?
position. Why isn't there a line item put in here right now for deputy chief of staff?
For the FY23? Are we, because that was a...
No, for this current budget. So you're saying that that's going to go away, right?
That's going to go away entirely,
okay.
yes. It was a temporary promotion to address the staffing change that occurred as a result of the change of the departure of our chief of staff. I'm doing dual roles presently as acting chief and economic development director. Aaron assists me as the deputy. When I move back to economic development director entirely, he will fulfill the duties of the chief entirely, and there will be no deputy.
So the executive aide salary for this current year is $51,375. When this promotion was given to deputy chief of staff, was there a salary increase that went along with that?
Yes.
And what was that increase?
75, it was from 51 to 75,000.
From 51 to 75. And where did the extra monies come from?
Well, I'm being paid, because I'm in a dual role, I'm being paid partly out of the tourism and economic development budget for my economic development role, and a portion out of the chief of staff's salary in the mayor's budget. The balance of the chief of staff salary we're utilizing to make the adjustment for the 2 months, wherein Aaron has been in the deputy position. So we will not run a deficit in the mayor's office salary line item for the current year as a result of these changes.
So the two part-time reception clerks, last year they were at $22,266 for one person. This year we have two part-time receptionist clerk, and you're showing $27,619. How does that work out?
So during the course of this year, we brought on obviously it's a 5-day position for that. I shouldn't say obviously. It has been a 5-day position to fulfill the receptionist duties. We have 2 persons that split that role, 3 days and 2 days. So we have 2 individuals that are working with us. We are increasing the hourly rate for those employees, with that executive aide position having, well, it's unfilled at the present time. We're presently increasing the duties of those two staff members to take on some of the scheduling duties, for example, and have increased the hourly rate to reflect that going forward.
So is that going to be an even split?
An even split?
Yeah, last year we had one person at the cost of $22,266. This year, you're going to have two people at a cost of $27,619. So that's what doesn't seem to make sense to me. You had, last year, we had a part-time reception clerk for a salary of $22,266. This year, we're going to have two part-time reception clerks for a total of $27,619. How is there such a dramatic swing where one part-timer this current year is getting paid $22,000 and this year you're somehow getting two for $27,000?
For 5 days a week, it was $22,000. And how we have that split between two individuals is just how it breaks out.
Last year was one person.
Right, now it's two persons splitting that
Splitting
same amount of money.
$27,619.
Right. They're the other part-time jobs.
Okay. But it was part-time last year at $22,266. That's my point. Okay.
Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the executive budget, page 11? Next up is legal budget, found on page 11. Are there any questions from members of the council on the legal budget on page 11? Are there any questions or comments from members of the public on the legal budget from page 11? Okay. Hearing none, we will move to city clerk. The city clerk's budget is found on page 12. The city clerk is here. Is there any questions on the city clerk's budget from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you. Just bear with me for 1 minute here. So to start off with, and this is going to seem like a picky thing, but it speaks to the accuracy of some of the things in this budget. And when I add up the lines, each line item, I come up with $527,300. What's shown here is $527,302. Now, I know $2 isn't, a major thing, but it speaks to some of the other things that we're going to see as we move on. So the administrative council clerk at $43,179, that appears correct. The vault clerk seems to have an increase much higher than a 2.75%. And I'm looking for my document from last year. Is that the correct number? Director?
Councilman Lattiser. Hi. I promised Lynn that I would speak to this because she presented a correct personnel budget. And there was a,
Excuse me, say that again?
Lynn presented to me and personnel the correct personnel budget. And there was a little bit of miscommunication between myself and personnel. And so all of these positions are union positions. And, in the case of the vault clerk, we weren't aware that, or I wasn't aware that her years of service with the city do not qualify for longevity because she was not a union employee. So that's counted in here. The administrative clerk was actually on a leave, so her service date was a little off. And so you will notice a little back and forth in this department.
All right, just bear, so are you saying that the budget that we have in front of us for the city clerk that was provided to us is not the budget that was submitted by the city clerk?
I edited it per what my understanding from personnel was, yes. And they're all by contract, they're all municipal contract.
Wait a minute. How does personnel have the opportunity or the right to change the budget request submitted by a department head? How does that occur? How does personnel have the right to do that? I don't think they do. So,
As a point of information, that has occurred before across multiple administrations without issue.
where's that coming from?
Next to you. Hello.
And so could you repeat that again?
As a point of information, it has occurred across multiple administrations without issue. It's done at times to correct things, and at other times it's done when the administration basically disagrees. In this case, it appears like it's been done to correct something.
Well, as a point of information, I think that we should be presented with the correct numbers. So in this case, the city clerk presented her budget or her budget requests. Changes were made to the budget she submitted. And as it turns out, at least one of those changes is wrong. So what I would like to ask is, Director, seeing as you're up there speaking to this, what are the correct numbers for each of these items? Because I'm also coming up with differences that seem to be over the 2.75%.
You would see that specifically with the vault clerk position. That was because we thought she had years of service and she did not.
I'm sorry, I can't understand what you're saying.
So we thought that she had more years of service
Right.
than she actually has, but she was actually a part-time employee and not in the union, so she doesn't qualify. But we factored it in there because when we did the data dump, we saw that date would qualify for her, the longevity. I don't know the exact amount that she will get on July 1st off the top of my head, Steve.
Well, I think we need to know, because that's going to change your bottom line. I mean, if this goes from 55,000 down to whatever, it's going to change the bottom line. So I think we should know what, in fact, that number is.
Do you have it?
Councilman Lattiser,
Please identify yourself for the record and speak right into the microphone, please. And then I just want to let everybody know, we're going to stick to just this. We're not going to go over the whole way of how people get paid and different things like that. If the administration has some mistakes in this that they would like to correct, they can submit an amendment to us on Thursday, which has happened before. So we're not going to dive deep into how things get paid and everything like that. We're just specifically talking about the city clerk's budget at this time.
Well, excuse me, Mr. President. So that number of this particular item, and there are others, but this particular item is shown at 55,390. So speaking for myself, as I go through this budget and I start making my proposed amendments for this, I need to know what the starting number is. And right now, the starting number is not 55,390. So that's why it's important, at least to me, that we know what the starting number should be, because perhaps I'll look to make a cut on this that may not be necessary or may be necessary. So I'd like to know what that starting number is.
Director?
Stephen Rotondo, Personnel Director. As Lynn mentioned, when we do the personnel actually creates the first personnel supplement, the one that goes out to the departments. We do a data dump, we sort it, and we do the calculations for longevity increments. And Lynn corrected it, but when finance was putting the final together, they looked at the original, not Lynn's. We calculated in those longevities. This person's a member of the municipal union, therefore is eligible for longevities. However, she only just recently joined the union. And so time spent as a part-time employee doesn't accrue to those longevity increments. So there is none at this point. We calculated a 9.5, which would actually be the second implement. Her salary as of the July 1 should be $50,585. This is an outlier because this is a very rare circumstance. When we go through and proof this, every person who's a municipal labor, a member of the Council 94, is eligible at some points in their career for longevity increments. And Councilman, I just point out, you say that some of these individuals you aren't seeing the 2.75%. That has always been the case, because if you look at, if a person, for example, gets their first longevity increment this year, you will see, in addition to the 2.75, the first longevity increment is 7.5%. So you'll see 7.5%, you'll see their last year's salary times 1.075, and then times 1.0275. So there'll be a number of people in here who you will see, a lot of individual classes that you'll see larger than a 2.75% increase.
So you're right. I have seen many of those. And at this time, I would like to suggest that every department head that comes before us, to save us some time and possibly my colleagues asking a lot of questions, if the department heads could identify any raise that goes beyond the contractual raise of 2.75%. Might save us a whole lot of time. But back to this particular era here. So last year in 2022, 2023, that position was $42,020. So can you explain the math to me, how that rose to $50,585?
It was from the second step to the third step. In addition to longevities, when an employee goes into a position, they start at step one, and this is the bargaining unit, it's very consistent. They start at step one unless they're being promoted and they're already sometimes when people are promoted, they're getting already paid higher than the step one. But they go to step one typically. At 6 months, if they pass probation, they go to the second step, and then they go to the third step 1 year after that. So this is a reflection. This is about the delta between, in this particular position, the delta between step 2 and step 3 is close to $7,000. That's part of the labor contract.
So that's a 20% raise. When you go from 42,000 to 50,000, that's pretty close to a 20% raise. So these steps that you're talking about, what are those formulas? You're going from $42,020 in 2023. Now we're going to move over into fiscal year 2024, and you're going up $8,565. How do those steps come up to the $50,585?
The pay schematic in the contract has been negotiated over years. So it's built into the contract that was ratified 2 years ago. It's basically the same step table. The third step tends to be the highest. The delta between the first and second step, not so big. The third step tends to be the highest. And again, it's just whatever was probably negotiated 30 years ago, 40 years ago, with the across-the-board increases over time. So those are all the tables are in the contract.
I'm not talking 30 or 40 years ago. I'm talking Last year, 42,000, this year, 50,000. You're talking two-step, three-step, contractual, 2.75, et cetera. All I'm asking for is how is the dollar breakdown that goes from 42 to 50,000?
Well, the 55 is not correct.
55 is not correct. We
Okay.
heard that. Yep.
So the difference between last year and this year, that difference between step 2 and step 3 is a negotiated step increase. That's the short answer to that.
So you don't know the dollar amount then?
I'm not sure I understand that. Is there?
You have step 2 equals X. You have 2.75 equals X. And now you say we have step 3, which is equal X. I'm just asking, what are the X's? How do we go from 42,000 to 50,000? It's a 20% increase.
It's built into the collective bargaining agreement. It's on the pay schematic. And if I had it in front of me, I could tell you exactly the difference between the, step 1, step 2, and step 3. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, would you be able to send that to me tomorrow?
The collective bargaining agreement? Yes,
Yeah.
I believe you
Not the
have
ba-
it.
I don't want the bargaining agreement. I just want the math formula. I want the equation, A plus B plus C equals D. That's all.
I don't know. I don't understand that question. It's a schematic. It's in the contract.
But you have to apply, or someone in your department has to apply a formula to go from $42,020. You have a 2.75% contractual increase. That equals X. Then you have step 2. That equals this. Then you have step 3. That equals that. Because this conversation conceivably could take place, I don't know, a couple dozen times through this budget from some of the numbers that I ran. I'm just trying to get my arms wrapped around the mathematical formula. We already know that there was an error made. We understand that. Now I'm trying to make certain that the formulas to get to 50,585 were the correct math problems.
I can show you the steps.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. If you can send me that tomorrow, that'd be fine.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from members of the
Excuse me,
council?
Mr. President.
I'm sorry,
I
sir.
think it would be appropriate that, we have an opportunity to hear from the city clerk on her own budget.
Councilman, your time is up. Are there any additional questions
Wonderful.
from members of the council?
It's going to be an interesting evening.
Are there any additional questions from members of the public on the city clerk's budget? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to the probate court, which is on page 12. Any questions from members of the council on the probate court's budget? Page 12. Any questions from members of the public on the probate court? Any questions from members of the public? Okay, hearing none, we will move to the municipal court budget, which is also on page 12. Any questions from members of the council on the municipal court budget? Any questions from members of the public on the municipal court budget? Councilman Sinapi.
Just wanted to ask the source for the jump in the service contract line item 27-340.
Councilman, that's the software for the municipal court software.
Got it. Thank you.
And that was the city clerk who answered that question, just for the record. Yep. Councilman Gephardt.
So I wasn't clear on that answer. So it's new software? It's an increase in the price of the software?
It's the same software, but it's an increase. Phil.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. We're actually migrating from the platform that they were using, which was on-prem, has been migrated to a cloud service. There is an increase, and they do it by number of tickets. So the cost of the software does increase with the amount of ticket revenue you're generating. So we get X amount of dollars, and then there's a scale that goes up from there.
Got it. And is this software platform only for municipal court, or are there other dimensions to it.
It's just a municipal court package.
Okay, thanks.
Any additional questions? Any questions from members of the public on the municipal court budget? Okay, hearing none, we will move to the legislative budget, which is on page 14. I submitted this a recap from last year's budget with an addition that we'll be requesting a 3.75% increase to the legislative director. I believe this budget only shows a 2.75% increase. It is my intention to propose a 3.75% increase on Thursday when we take up. Are there any questions for members of the council on the legislative budget? Councilman Ricks.
This is a question that I've asked in previous years as well. I see that this year there is a proposed budget of $160,000 for professional services. I take it that we do intend to have the actuaries present in this coming fiscal year.
Sir, I believe we passed an ordinance on that, correct, or a rule?
Well, very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And also in the professional services, we pay our attorneys through that, our attorney, and for projects and RFQs and stuff like that comes out of that budget as well. Any other questions for members of the council on the council budget? Any questions for members of the public on the legislative department's budget, which is the council's budget? Page 14. Okay, hearing none, we will move on to the Board of Canvass's budget, which is on page 15. Any questions on the Board of Canvass's budget? I believe there's no election this year that we know of, so their budget went down. Any questions for member Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you. I'll just point out that there's a minor, well, let me back up. What was the raises? Oh, who's going to speak for the Board of Canvassers, first of all?
Do we have someone from the administration to speak on behalf of the Board of Canvassers? I believe the director position is open at this time.
I'm back.
Okay, so obviously the director's position is open, so I guess that's a new position for this year. And the new position, it appears as though it has already, or someone has already factored in a contractual increase in that position of 2.75, right, for a person that doesn't even work here yet.
Correct.
How is that?
The salary was decided to have that amount put in it. I think it was before the current. Well,
It's what, please?
It's before the previous director resigned was when this document was originated. So if she were in the position, she would have qualified for the 275.
So is that the intent, to start off the new director at a salary of $69,175, or will that salary be more or less?
That's the budget for it. I don't know what the window is for that position.
In order to maintain the salary parity within the department, intent is to pay the new director, who hopefully will be starting in the next few weeks. Interviews have just been completed with the 2.75% adjustment as of July 1st.
Okay. The Board of Canvassers clerk, there's a minor math error in that, but I'm not going to go to it. How did the voter registration technician increase from 61,722 to 68,167?
Are you talking about the voter registration tech?
Yes, I am.
That is actually top step in longevity in that position. It's per contract.
Okay, so those would be the same formulas that personnel was speaking to earlier?
There are two factors in your pay as a municipal employee. There's the step, that's the 6 months, the 12, the 18.
Okay.
That's a set schedule in the back of the municipal contract. There's no formula in there. It is a schedule in the back. And then on top of that, there's also the longevities.
Okay, so this includes step increases as well as longevity increases.
Yes.
Okay, so as I said earlier, and I understand that you're kind of doing us a favor, sitting in here for a director that doesn't exist. And if the department heads, when you come before us with your budgets, if you could just tell us right out the get-go, this raise or this number is more than the 2.75 because it includes step and longevity increase.
This department has no changes to it.
No.
It's per the
I
contract.
understand, but what I'm speaking to is when I do a 2.75% raise on $61,722, I come up with $63,149, not $68,167. So now it leaves me to think, is $68,167 an error? Or is there other things that factored into it? And my point is, it's going to save us a whole lot of time if the directors just explain that to us, that it includes a step increase in longevity. That's why it's more than 275. Because otherwise, we're going to go through this all night long and tomorrow too. That's all I'm saying. Just trying to make it a little simpler. But thank you, Director. You have explained that. That's all my questions.
Additional questions?
Councilman, that would require a great deal of work. You would have had to ask before that. The DPW is going to come here. They have a lot of employees. We would have had to have some warning. You've done budgets before. You didn't ask for this last year, the year before. It's impossible for us to do that for these budget hearings.
Mr. Mayor, I missed the first few sentences of what you said. I didn't hear what you said. I couldn't understand it.
I said that would require a great deal of work that we would have had to prepare for you, such as the DPW, go through every step increase, every longevity raise. You could have asked us before that. Would have been happy to have it for you. But for these budget hearings, that's next to impossible.
Sure, you're right. I could have asked for it before. The same as I've asked for it on the floor for the last 6 budget, no, more than that.
Actually,
This is my
Councilman, I
11th
was here
budget.
for 2 years prior to this, and you've never asked for that.
This is
We've
my,
explained it to you over and over again, but you've never said, have the department directors give us this as
Mr.
in
Mayor,
advance. And I will give it to you next year, but it's impossible for this year.
you're welcome to go through the previous budget hearings. I have asked those questions. I've prefaced that at the beginning of many of the meetings. How did you arrive at these numbers? I go through the math with these budgets every year. I've been doing it. This is my 11th budget now.
And
So
you've never
this is
made the
no
request,
surprise.
you've never made the request for department heads to present those numbers to you as they come up here. You've never done it as long as I've been here.
So
Would have
what
been
you said-
happy to do it if you had called me in a couple of weeks ago and said, hey, I'd like that
Well, a couple
presented.
of weeks ago, I had other things going on.
Well,
at the time.
Councilman, yes, and
Thank
I
you.
have other
But-
things going on too, running the city.
I would think.
Thank you,
that
folks. Thank you.
department
We're going
heads
to
would
move
be
on. Thank
prepared
you.
to
The mayor
answer these
has
questions.
made a statement on this. The councilman has been heard on it as well. So are there any questions from members of the public on the Board of Canvassers budget? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to the Finance Department's budget, and the Finance budget can be found on page 16. Are there any questions on the Finance budget on page 16 from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Councilman Lattiser.
So are we at the finance administration? Is that the section we're talking about right now?
Finance Administration, page
Okay.
16.
So the question is on the finance director's salary, how it increased, or how did it increase to 140,000 from what it was at 128,438.
When I took this position and I was dealing with the mayor's transition team, I was sick of the State House and I was ready to get out. And they offered me a figure. And a year later, the league came out with a survey. I'm the 11th highest paid finance director in the state. And what, if you don't count the prisoners, is the second largest city in the state with the most complicated financial statements. So I've talked to the mayor about this, and I'm not sure that this is for me. Councilman, I'm 2 or 3 years older than you. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to keep going. But you cannot recruit someone. Cranston just went through, it took them 9 months to find someone who's now making substantial, it's more than this 140,000. Pawtucket has gone through 9 months. All I can tell you is I can provide to the council president essentially the results of that survey from over a year ago, adjusted for what the Cranston City Council approved in their budget for the finance director last week. So that's the bottom line. It's partly for me if the mayor wants to execute it, but I'm worried about his recruiting a future finance director. You're not going to be able to find someone at the compensation level. And this is what happened with Cranston. I mean, they went up over $30,000 from what the previous finance director had paid. So that's the bottom line here.
But currently, I don't think we're looking for a new finance director, are we?
Well, I've had conversations with the mayor. Like I said, I'm great, except I can't hear anything in this council chamber. So I have to wear these headphones. I haven't given notice to the mayor. We've had discussions about it. I think he should be in a position when my time has come to be able to recruit a qualified individual. And that's what we've put in this budget is an area. It's still, from my looking at it, still maybe makes the finance director the 6th highest finance director in the state. But that's what this is about. It's about comparability with other municipalities statewide.
So right now, you're saying that you are ranked 11 out of 39 communities
Yes.
in salary for finance director.
Yes.
How does, never mind. One of the questions I have, and if it's answered once, it should suffice throughout the rest. But the water enterprise fund credit and the sewer enterprise fund credit is actually less than it was previous. And I see that pretty much throughout the budget, and I'm not sure why. So could you just explain why that is?
I have to get Lynn to respond to that.
Sorry?
I have to get Lynn Prodger to respond to that.
Councilman, is that on page 16? What line item are you speaking of?
I'm in the personnel supplement right now. And where I'm asking this, I'm sorry, no, it's in the, in the personnel supplement.
On page 9. Yep, I see it. Thank you.
Page 8 in my book. And again, this appears this way in others, and I'm curious as to why it's actually less this year, and most of the other departments is less.
The schedule that calculates this amount is a huge, complicated schedule. It factors in a number of things. The head count, so the head count's a little lower. It splits it based on bills sent. It splits it based on salaries of employees and the amount of time that we consider they use in their day for water and sewer. You'll actually see quite a big change in my department in particular, because I reorganized things a little bit. It's such a complicated schedule. You can't put one thing on it. But
Okay.
it does tie out to everything in here.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have on that. Thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the council on the finance budget? Any questions from members of the public on the finance budget? Hearing none, we will move to the Treasury's budget. Treasury's budget is found on page 16. Any questions from members of the council on the Treasury Division's budget? Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, number 19301, training and education, found on page 16. I see there's a big increase there, so what's that about?
We actually have training available to us. Again, June 21st, I think, we're hosting the Rhode Island GFOA, was Governmental Financial Officers Association, and all these things are going again. So I just need some money in order to be able to pay to attend to these things, these events. For myself and my staff, I should say.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Accounts payable specialist in the personnel supplement, it's showing an increase of 57,796. Is this also related to step increases and longevity increases?
So I have a couple changes in my personnel this year. The one that sticks out the most actually has a blank job code at the moment because that would be a new position called Deputy Controller. I've eliminated an accounting position and added one in hopes that I'll be able to give her added duties, or somebody added duties and responsibilities so that we can work to get an audit out quicker. My junior accountant this year, if we go down, is reaching a longevity marker, so she has a little bit more. Payroll's the same, account generalist is the same, accounts payable, he is reaching his first longevity marker, so that would be a big increase. And then the last position, reconciliation clerk, has no change, just the 275.
The reconciliation clerk, you said, hasn't changed?
A 275. I have 2 longevities, if I recall correctly, this year, the change. Accounts payable being the first one, so you'll see a big change there.
Reconciliation clerk last year, okay, was at 55,301. Okay. All right. Thank you for explaining that. Just made it simple.
Getting the reconciliation ready, obviously that's not something that one would work on for the entirety of the year. I take it that with the proposal to hire this additional position, there would be some shifting in some of the other responsibilities of the Treasury Division.
Are you talking about the deputy controller position?
Right.
Yes. I mean, we're preparing for the audit all year round. And so this position would help us with that.
I'm also going to just take a quick line from, I think it's fair to say, Councilman Lattiser's book, and just point out that the total stated in the supplemental personnel supplement on page 9 totals 534,207, while the total for salaries, let's see. Oh, I'm going to correct myself for a moment there. I suppose this is why Councilman Lattiser didn't bring this up, perhaps, because I do see the $500 difference in the overtime budget. So never mind on that. I do think that it could be a good idea to hire that additional person, the deputy controller, but while there's certainly different work that can be done year-round, it's my understanding that preparing for an audit isn't necessarily something that's done in equal parts year-round.
It's year-round.
Sorry?
It is absolutely year-round. completely year-round. We're reconciling all of our bank accounts, all of our assets, everything, every month.
Does there tend to be a busy season to prepare for an audit?
Feels like all the time. But yes, it would typically be between August and December. And then come come January, when the audit is complete, we start preparing for the next audit after trying to catch our breath a bit.
Right, and I'm certainly not saying that there isn't work to be done year-round when it comes to reconciliations, but at the same time, I think it's fair to recognize that there's certainly a busy season when it comes to preparing for the audit. So that's all the questions that I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Lynn, I know that you touched on this a moment ago, but I want to expound on it a little bit. So financial system controller, last year, that was a part-time position. Why was it necessary to increase it to a full-time position?
It was not a part-time position. It was split to the water and sewer department, but it was a full-time position.
So why isn't it split any longer?
It is still split, but it's actually split through the back charges instead of from the get-go. So these two water and sewer charges include that position.
What was the reason that that changed?
Once upon a time, the sewer department was looking for a finance director. I forget what the job title was, but it was something along those lines. So it was decided that that job would be split to sewer and water. Historically, that position has always been split to water and sewer, but through the back charges. And that position, doesn't present at sewer board meetings or anything. So I think it makes sense to go back to the way we were presenting it before.
And the reason for having a new position of deputy controller, why do we need that position? I don't have any recollection of how long ago it was, or if we ever had one.
I don't think we've ever had one before. In my time here at City Hall, we have really struggled to get an audit out on time, and I would be greatly helped by being able to hopefully promote internally. I am eliminating a position here and adding one so that I can add duties and responsibilities to work on getting that complete by December 31st.
So that kind of explains, by the way, Director Carlucci, there's probably a whole lot of people in this room wish you would have not changed my microphone. That explains why I'm seeing about an $85,000 difference from last year's budget to this year's budget, including the 2.75% increase.
I had a lot of change in my department this year.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Director.
Any additional questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the Treasury budget? Page 16. Okay. Hearing none, we're going to move to debt service. And debt service is on page 17, and this is debt principal and debt interest. Are there any questions from members of the council on our debt principal and debt interest on page 17? Looks like it's going down. We're paying off some
It is.
bonds. So
Yes.
this is always good news.
Right.
All right. Thank you. Questions from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
What would be the earliest anticipated time apparently, I don't believe in this coming year's fiscal budget, but what would be the earliest anticipated time that we may be looking at debt service for the school bonds that were on the ballot last year?
That is currently up to the council and the administration. I have not budgeted for that in this budget.
Does the lack of having it reflected in this year's budget, would that tend to prevent us from moving forward on that this coming fiscal year?
No.
Or
No, it takes a lot of time between the voting and the presentation for the S&P going through RIBEC. It takes time. So if you acted tomorrow, it would probably end up in 25.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear for the record, that the lack of those funds being allocated into this coming fiscal year budget would not reflect any sort of change in plans.
Yes.
Additional questions from members of the council on debt service? Any questions from members of the public on debt service? Page 17 in the budget. Any questions? Hearing none, we'll move to the city collector's office. That is on page 18. Any questions from members of the council on the city collector's budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Bear with me 1 minute. No, actually, I'm all set on that. Thank you.
You, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council on the city collector's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the city collector's budget? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to the city assessor's budget, which is found on page 19. Good evening, Director. Just identify yourself for the record.
Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing.
Thank you. Director, can you just talk about the revaluation that we've done? The letters went out. Is that factored into your budget?
There was a $70,000 line item in this year's budget. That has been increased for next year because we also have to start the full revaluation that's due for December of 2024. So that initial cost is $150,000. There'll be much more in the following fiscal year.
Coming with that. And I believe some of the positions that you have, they're having new duties and stuff like that. Can you speak to that and speak about the salaries that go along with that, please?
Sure. Just to go back a little bit, the revaluation that we conducted in 2021, which we decided not to implement, had a cost of $289,000. The reason why in the current fiscal year 23 budget, we were able to reduce that to $70,000 was we took on a lot of the duties that would typically be done by the reevaluation firm and perform those duties in-house. So as part of that, what we did was restructure some of our staffing members' job descriptions, added more duties on so that they would better understand the revaluation process itself, and we would get better values, more equitable values at a lower cost. So both of our existing record specialists were upgraded to senior record specialists so that they're the ones that process the deeds. They know the market. They see all the sales coming through. We added additional duties so that they would compare the data that we have on each property to what was listed online and correct the data that we have so that the values represent the actual characteristics at the time of the sale. And there's a lot more details I could get into, but essentially it was so that they would be able to assist with the revaluation and reduce our cost.
So that is, not to steal my colleague's thunder on that, so that is for the additional pay. That's why it's more than the 2.75. It's new duties, new positions, promotion, it sounds like, moving from a regular to a senior.
Yeah, for lack of a better term, correct, but I wouldn't say it's promotion because they took on the additional duties, so it's not the same job they were performing in the past. Additionally, we did change one of the clerical positions to a record specialist, but that record specialist would have the description that these senior record specialists had prior to this change.
And having them do this kind of in-house now will save us a lot of money in the long run, because those were all services that we had to pay an outside consultant, correct?
Correct. We're projecting the full reval at $1.5 million if we did it all with outside vendors. The city of Cranston just awarded a bid for $1.4 million for their full reevaluation. We believe that we can complete the project for less than $500,000 by doing this type of work in-house.
So significant savings.
Absolutely. At a
Thank-
better product at the same point.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on the city assessor's budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. And I understand your explanations on the additional staff, et cetera, or new positions, I should say. But in addition to that, you've also reduced your staff by 2 people. Is that correct?
That's correct. That was due in part to the elimination of the motor vehicle tax. So there's some duties that were being done by those clerical members. That's why we reduced 1 clerk, but added a record specialist, because that's where our need goes going forward.
On the assessor, no, you already explained that. All right, thank you.
By performing the tax revaluation in-house, I suppose my first question is, are there other municipalities in Rhode Island that also do that in-house?
Well, let me first clarify. We'll do part of the work in-house. So the town of Westerly has done something similar, but their prior assessor that was doing that had left the position. I'm not sure that they're still doing it that way. But prior to my employment with the city, I owned my own revaluation firm. So I bring a level of experience. I'm also a certified general appraiser that most assessors do not have. So
I think that that's excellent. I would also just want to have one more follow-up question. Would us doing the revaluation, at least partially in-house, the information would still be hosted on, the appraisal information would still be hosted on the platform of one of the major appraisers, whether that's Vision or Northeast or one of those other large ones that tend to host most of the city and town appraisals, or would that be something that would also be brought in-house?
Well, right now, there's no plan to change that, but we are looking to modernize the whole practice, the way we communicate with the public, going paperless, trying to do things with fillable forms online. So depending on what happens with the technology and what the better approach is at the time, there could be a switch, but we're not envisioning that right now. But even if we did make a switch, there would be a replacement online for that.
Absolutely. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Additional questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the city assessor's budget, page 19? Okay, thank you, Director. Next up is the MIS budget, which is on page 20. Good evening, Director.
Phil Carlucci, MIS Director.
Director, are you guys fully staffed? Are you looking for a position?
We have one open position. We've had a database programmer position open for quite some time now. As Director Schaefer was alluding to earlier, salary does generate the type of response you get to the position. So this year, we actually tried a different approach while we're still trying to fill that position. We reallocated $30,000 funding from the salary into contractors. Contractor is working out fairly well, trying to get through the backlog of some of the programming needs we had. The challenges over having a full-time employee is they're not all that flexible. You can't ask them to cross-train and help out in the other areas. But for just getting through the backlog of work we have, that's worked out.
Yeah, as we've discussed before, this is a very important department with all the cyber stuff, all the stuff that you do, the everything that we work on. So that's important, and I'm glad that you're looking and to fill to get that full capacity.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from members of the council on the MIS budget? Councilman Snappy.
Just wanted to confirm the source of the bumps in temporary services and professional services, although it sounds like at least some of it's from that contractor you mentioned.
Those two items, or the first one, would be comparable to 2023 if you take into consideration the reallocation of salary from salary into the temporary services. We anticipate continuing that on until we can find a full-time replacement for that position. For professional services, the increase comes from two specific areas that are requests from other departments. The Finance Treasury Department wants to migrate our chart of accounts to a US GAAP standard that we got a quote on for $50,000. And then we have a smaller project for the city assessor's office that's going to do a bridge gap between the CAMA software. They have a bridge between their assessment software and the vision permitting system.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser.
The network manager salary increase, what is the reason for the increase beyond the 2.75?
I believe that just has to do with full year. Are you looking at actual compared to the budget?
No, what I'm looking at is last year, that line item was paying $82,349. Excuse me, if I add 2.75, I come up with 84,613. What it's budgeted for is 86,310. So the question is, why is there the difference?
I have the fiscal year 23 salary set at $84,028.
I'm sorry?
I have the fiscal year 23 salary is set at $84,028. Is that what you're seeing?
I'm looking at the 23 budget for MIS, and it's showing the network manager at $82,349. And this year, it's showing the network manager for 24 at $86,310.
If you give me 1 second, please.
Where with the 2.75, assuming that's all that position is entitled to, that would be 84,613.
It's the starting figure. I'll have to look into the discrepancy between it. I believe it has to do with the position of what we were able to fill it at and the position that was budgeted in F23. It was two different people. We hired this position in the midst of fiscal 23.
Okay, so you can let me know on that.
I will.
Thank you. The senior systems technician, that was last year at 69,745, and assuming that only qualifies for 2.75%, that would be 71,662, and that one is budgeted for 74,299.
I believe that's the longevity piece that there was a bump on. That's one of the two union positions that I have.
Okay. And you've got a modest increase in overtime. I'm going to assume that's because of the salary increases.
Is because of salary increases and trying to rationalize what we're actually spending this year.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Councilman Foley.
Thank you. What position is currently open that you're having difficulty?
Database programmer.
And what is that budgeted at?
50-some thousand, if you just give me a second.
Is that the 59,664?
Database. That is the 54,239.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from members of the public on the MIS budget? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to the purchasing budget. Purchasing budget can be found on page 21. Any questions from members of the council on the purchasing budget? Council Lattiser.
Yes, thank you. So on the assessing some of these different line items too, I'm seeing, obviously, as I've spoken to, various increases in salaries, et cetera. In the purchasing department, bucking the trend of some of these others, what I'm seeing is that the salaries are up about 94,000, at least since 2021. But also, there's an increase in sick time as well. And I know that's difficult to explain, but it seems as though the trend in the majority of the departments has been downward with sick time. I just wanted to point that out. Bear with me on the personnel side. So the purchasing agent, this is kind of a change from the direction I've been going. The purchasing agent salary is actually reduced from last year. And I would assume it's because of a new hire in that position.
Correct. The previous purchasing agent qualified for longevity, and our new purchasing agent does not.
Mhm. I look at the accounts payable technician, and I see a completely different swing. Accounts payable technician last year was $41,046. If we add the 2.75 to it, that comes up to 42,175. It's currently budgeted at 57,611. What is the reason for that dramatic increase?
This department has had quite a bit of changeover in the past year. In one case, one employee was promoted in this department, and in another position, an employee from another department in the city has come into one of these positions. So everything is being paid per the contract and the schedule in the back, but their longevities do change because they've gone interdepartmental.
So that position has increased by 40% since last year. I don't think that's made up of 2.75 and step 2 and step 3 and longevity and all that stuff.
That position was actually originally hired by somebody who worked outside the city, who was outside hire, rather. So he would have come in at the very bottom step. He also was not actually in the position. I think he only was there for 6 months. I'm not sure how long, but because it was budgeted previously at bottom step and now we have an internal transfer, you can sometimes see things that look a little sideways, but this is paid per the contract. It is a municipal position.
Well, that certainly is a significant increase in that position, for sure. That's all.
Any questions from members of the council on the purchasing budget? Any questions from members of the public on the purchasing budget? Hearing none, we'll move to the boards and commissions budget, which is on page 22. Any questions from members of the council on the boards and commissions budget? Any questions from members of the public on the boards and commissions budget? Thank you. Next up is the community development. The community development budget.
Good evening, Bill Facenti, Community Development Office.
What page? We're on page 39 for community development. Thank you. Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the community development budget, page 39? Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. President?
Yep, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, on your Housing and Community Development Coordinator, that has a pretty significant increase. When I do the math, I come up with 66,788, and what you have budgeted is 75,470.
Yes.
And I was curious to know what the reason is for that increase.
Yep. So last year's budget was set at 65,000. That is the top step of the pay range without longevity factored in. We hired an employee from in-house that had 21 years of service. So you have to add 13% to their base. We offered the position at the full step because it was a slight increase over her current salary versus the more duties and responsibilities of being the coordinator. So her salary went from 65,000 adding 13%, brings up to 73,000, I believe 480, and then 2.75. She started 2 months ago, so she'll be eligible for the 2.75% in July.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on community development? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to city planning on page 40. Good evening, Director.
Hi, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director.
Director, do you have any positions open, or have you combined any positions or changed any classifications?
No.
Okay. Great. Any questions from members of the council on the city planning budget? Any questions from members of the council on the city planning budget, page 40? Any questions from members of the public on the city planning budget? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to the tourism culture development budget, which is on page 41. Good evening, Director, again.
Good evening.
We're on page 41, the tourism culture and development budget. Can you just go over the salaries for this as you had mentioned previously?
Sure.
There is some movement around within departments within this.
Yeah, well, the one key issue is there's a split position here, as mentioned, with regard to the mayor's office. Our media coordinator that is who's funded 85% of her salaries in the mayor's office budget. 15% is allocated to tourism, culture, and development. I might also add that the position of tourism cultural development coordinator, which has been part of the staffing pattern for a number of years, as you know, but that has remained unfilled. But we're considering our options to whether or not there's a need for that type of position. So we are asking for support for that particular position, but it has been unfilled for the entire duration of the this administration's term.
Director, can you speak to and highlight the tourism program 61355, light item, page 41, let me think, I did the one below it, Tourism 355. Can you just talk about the different programs you do and where those funds come from?
Sure. The funds all come from the state's or the city's share of the hotel tax revenues. We've seen a substantial uptick given that it is an economically sensitive source of revenue. During the pandemic, as we know, the hotels were shut down and revenues, declined substantially. But there's been a very large uptick given the rebound in the economy. We expect to receive $800,000 in fiscal '24. As required by state statute, those funds are restricted to tourism and economic development activities. They cannot be used in the general fund whatsoever. There is a share of the hotel tax that is reserved for the general fund purposes, but this portion is solely for tourism promotion. The activities associated with that are using print, digital, and television media to highlight the assets of the city. The tourism coordinator works closely with Providence and Warwick Convention and Visitors Bureau to attract visitors and tourists to the city. As you know, one of the largest and principal activities is convention groups that utilize primarily Crown Plaza, which is a major convention center, the major convention center in the state, as well as a number of our other hotels. They're doing a booming business. The Providence Warwick Convention and Visitors Bureau is a highly sophisticated outfit that Elizabeth works closely with, and they've been very successful, and look forward to even more intense activity going forward.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on the tourism, culture, and development budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, on line item 61201, office supplies and equipment, your year-end projection 2023 is showing as 0. Is that accurate?
Given that we're year-to-date at the time that this was published, at the end of March, at 1,285, no, that's not the projection. We expect that that will be fully spent by the end of the fiscal year.
So that's an error in that line item.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that dropped off that column.
Your line item 61,300 travel, you're showing a significant increase in that number. What's the reason?
In the past, during the time that our tourism director, Karen Jetson, was leading the program with much larger staffing as well, as you recall. Karen would attend national conventions and promote the city before major retailers and business development conferences throughout the country. We felt that might be beneficial, and with the significant additional funds that we expect to receive in FY24 based upon the experience of FY23. And again, monies that are targeted and specifically dedicated for this purpose, we felt it would be a worthwhile use of our monies to expand our reach so that Elizabeth Dunn would participate in national conferences as opposed to just regional.
And I see where the CARES pass-through, that's pretty much been going by the way for several years now. What's the reason for that? That was a pretty significant amount of money.
If you recall, the CARES program was one of the initial pandemic federal outlays, and a portion of that was designed to boost local economies through encouraging tourism during the pandemic. That was a grant program, and that's disappeared.
Okay, thank you. So the question I have on assistant principal planner, So all's fair in love and war, as they say. Last year, that salary was 79,864. This year, the budget is showing 79,855. Assuming that position qualifies for the 2.75, I come up with a number for that position of 82,060. So is that 79,855 correct, or is that an error?
I'm going to have to look into that. I'll get back to you tomorrow night on that if I can. I'm not quite sure why that's showing that way.
I don't want to see.
Are you talking about the business development planner coordinator? And she might be mixing up with.
I'm looking at assistant principal planner.
That's in city planning.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm in the wrong spot. So good question for city planning.
Correct.
Maybe they'll look into that for us. Thank you.
Sure.
Any additional questions for the tourism and culture development budget? Any questions from members of the public on the tourism, culture, and development budget? Hearing none, we'll now move to Public Works. Public Works budget starts on page 42. Good evening, Director.
Good evening. Eric Earls, Director of Public Works.
Thank you. Director, how are the staffing levels on Public Works? What positions do you have open? Have you reclassified any positions or moved individuals to new positions?
We have a few vacancies, sanitation operators, field maintenance, heavy equipment mechanic, but for the most part, we're in good shape considering where we've been in the past. But no, most of the changes to our salaries have followed the contractual obligations, whether they be step increases or longevity or the 2.75.
Thank you. And in, just checking my, you have a line item for rent, the amount of $520,000. What property is that?
That's a Sawtooth building.
That's
Sawtooth.
The Sawtooth, okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on the DPW budget? Councilman Ricks.
One of the usual big items, of course, is asphalt. So here in this packet, I'm seeing that at, let me see if I can find that particular line item quickly myself. Find it again, that is. Thank you. 63290, which is on page 43. In recent years, asphalt has been budgeted at under $200,000. To give a quick overview, would it be fair to say, and very much using ballpark numbers here, that generally speaking, it costs about $1 million or north of $1 million to pave a mile of road?
Yeah, that's a ballpark. It's depend what kind of technique you use, but
yeah, just round numbers in general. I understand that there can be a lot of variation, and generally speaking, a road would typically last maybe 20 years, more or less, before it may need to be repaved.
if you're taking it down to make a brand new road, removing all the sub-base, putting back sub-base material so that you know all the gravel's good, and you're putting back 3 inches of asphalt, that's what you get 20 years out of. When you mill and overlay a road like we primarily do, you're shooting for more like 8 to 12 before
8
you
to
start
12.
to see the cracking.
I see. Yeah, and general ballpark figure, we have about 400 miles of roads in Warwick that the city is responsible for.
400, is that what you said?
Was it 400, or am I thinking of something else entirely? You would know better than me.
The answer is 400, yeah.
Good, good. I wasn't making that up. Good. Okay, so I understand that in recent years, we've been using a lot of federal COVID money through ARPA and similar one-time money to get a lot of significant paving done. How does it look for ARPA funds for paving the roads this year?
I believe we still have another $3 million to pave roads with ARPA money.
So that's really good to hear that we can still get some significant paving done because, when looking at 63 and 290 asphalt, which is budgeted for this year at $80,000. Obviously, that doesn't cover a lot of roads. That's more of just pothole patches and the like, right?
That's correct. That's what this number primarily is.
Yeah. So, just to make a general statement, I would say that while I'm glad that ARPA funds can be used to get some pretty decent paving done this year to the tune of, I believe you said around $3 million. I would say that more long-term, I do have some concerns where we're using the one-time money to take care of what's an ongoing obligation. And ideally, we'd be putting that kind of money or more into paving on a regular basis. And we have a budget this year where we're relying on that one-time money, and we're still seeing in the budget overall about a $7 million projected drawdown of the fund balance. So it's, I would say, something of a hidden future deficit on top of the top line number, so to speak, of a structural deficit that we are already recognizing. I don't have any further questions for Public Works at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Director, can you speak to the salary increases at Fair Arena and McDermott Pool? It looks like there's additional seasonal positions that has increased. Can you speak to those, please?
I believe that's just a function of the projected increase in minimum wage that we're going to be looking at.
Okay. Any additional questions from members of the council? Councilman Gephardt.
Hey, Director. Public Works Engineering 67224, street lighting. That's creeping up a little bit. Is that primarily just electricity, that line item?
What was that number again? I'm sorry.
It's on page 47,
Thank you.
Public Works Engineering, and then it's the street lighting line item.
Yeah, that's primarily the electricity. That number used to float around 1.2.
Yep.
And then when we did the transition to the LEDs, now we're starting to figure out what it's going to be. So that project was completed last year, so we're still kind of in the learning of what the electricity is going to cost.
Yeah, I was, this is through 331, right? So you've got through 331, it was at 334 for this year, projected to finish at 650. So, okay, thank you. That's helpful. Let me just see. I think I had one other thing for you here. Well, I'll yield and I'll raise my hand if I get back to it. Thanks.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, on your the clerical technician in Public Works, that line item is actually down by almost $6,000. Is that accurate? And if so, what's the reason?
Yeah, that position's currently vacant, so anticipating hiring someone, they're going to be at the lowest step, so that's why it reflects that way.
Okay. On light equipment operators, I did the elimination of one position, rounded out the numbers, and I'm not sure if the 416, 691 is correct, because when I take it from what it was and drop it down by one person, that comes up to an average salary of $58,585 times proposed 7 you have now, comes up to $410,097. And I add in the 2.75, that brings me up to $421,375. And what you have here is $416,691. So I just wanted to find out if that number was correct.
Yeah, that number's correct. I mean, the math you did is very general, assuming everybody makes the same amount of money.
Okay.
And that's not accurate, right? There are guys that have been there longer than others that have longevity. So yeah, that number is correct.
Okay. And traffic mark and sign person. This year, you are showing 53,626. And that seems to be quite different than what you had before. I'm kind of looking around because you changed the format on this budget from what it used to be in the past. So the line items are in different places. So it makes it a little more difficult to try and chase things down. Let me just see if I can find that one. Traffic mark and sign. Okay. Last year, you had 66,533. This year, you have 53,626. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's another instance where that position is currently vacant.
Okay.
So the person who was there previously moved on to a foreman position. So now we're looking to fill this position, and it'll probably come in at a lower step and without the longevity.
And senior foreman sanitation, you have, actually, let's start with the sanitation recycling supervisor. That is down from last year as well. And again, I'm not complaining because numbers are going down. I just want to make sure that, again, all is fair and that there wasn't an error made against one of our employees. So that number is down from last year by close to $5,000. Last year, sanitation recycling supervisor was at $79,355. This year, it is at $74,781. Is that correct?
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I just needed to confirm with Christy Moretti, the business manager. The last year's budget, we had anticipated it being higher, but the position at that time was vacant. So the position's now been filled for about 8 months, coming up on just about a year. So this number reflects his current salary, whereas the previous budget, we had anticipated what we were going to pay a new hire. So we were able to bring a new hire on for less than we had anticipated at the time.
Okay, so you'll actually have about an additional 5,000 left over in your budget this year from that, for that position, right?
Yeah, like you, I don't have last year's numbers in front of me, so if that's the way the math works.
And temporary services, that's a new line item for you this year. What is that line item? What is that about?
Where is that? I'm sorry.
It's in the personnel supplement. It's actually is, well, there is no job code, but it's temporary services. You're showing 25,375. And automotive, I'm sorry, automotive.
Oh, automotive. I'm not 100% sure what that is. What I think it probably is that we have asked if we could bring on part-time mechanics to fill in because we're having trouble staffing with full-time positions. So we've had a couple people who have left the city to go take other jobs who have expressed interest in coming back and working with us on the weekends. So I think that that's what that might be reflected in there.
Okay, if you could just confirm that so we're all on the same page, please. And your overtime budget has increased substantially from 90,000 to 150,000. And why is that jump necessary?
To go back to your previous question, again, Christy helping me out, just confirm that that is a result of asking for a part-time.
Okay.
And on a similar note, why are we paying so much overtime? Again, it's a function of not having enough full-time mechanics. So we're really struggling to get the work done that we need to get done in the standard 40 hours. So we've been leaning on the guys pretty heavily to, work weekends and later at night to accommodate the needs that we have in the garage.
All right. And lead custodian, that is up beyond the 2.75. So I assume it's because there's a step increase in there or something?
Oh, yeah. Right. Okay. Sorry.
Lead custodian, it was last year 66,018. And this year it's at 68,358. At 2.75, it'd be 67,833. So is that a result of something other than contractual?
Yeah, I would say that that's probably a function of the longevity increase.
And building maintenance repair, this is all in building maintenance on job code 209. That actually has dropped quite a bit. Is that the same reason for you have a new hire in that position?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. In Public Works on Thayer Arena, seasonal rink guards, that is up more than the 2.75. Do they come under the same contractual requirements? Are they part of the union?
No, they're part-time. So that's a function of an increase in minimum wage and also just kind of acknowledging the need for them more often as we have more events at the rink.
Mm-hmm. I see. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Any Councilwoman Travis?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Director, I have a question on the chemical rodent control. Now, according to this, it says that we only spend like $2,200. This has been one of the worst years we've had with rodents. And you're asking for $6,000. You think that's going to be enough? Because I'm not the only one who's having problems with rats right now.
Yeah, I think the issue that we are having more with, it's just getting out to all the locations. So purchasing the chemicals is one thing, but getting out to the physical locations with the bait boxes, that's kind of what we're not struggling with, but we're very busy with that. So yeah, we anticipate that's going to be plenty of money for the material that we use in the bait boxes.
Okay. It says here we only have one carpenter in the city?
Yeah, we only have one carpenter position, but they're a team, and so this kind of carpenter, and then what's Greg's position? Contingency labor. I forget. But yeah, there are two people that work in tandem, and it's kind of, one of them's the carpenter, and then it's kind of the carpenter's assistant. They work together on things.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Hey, Director. One of the things I was hoping maybe we'd see in the Thayer and McDermott, after all the rework we've done, is maybe some savings in some area after having replaced just about everything in both of those two buildings. I don't know. Are you sandbagging here, or do you think we're not? We won't see any decline, in either energy savings or being more efficient or less repairs or.
Well, yeah, I mean, we're kind of getting to the point now where we can move into more of a preventive maintenance mode. That's our hope anyway. When we took over the facility two and a half years ago, it had fallen into disrepair in a number of ways, and we've worked hard, and you guys know that we've come back here several times asking for, your assistance to help us bring it back to where it is. And we're confident now that we're to the point where we are getting into more of a preventive maintenance only. We're putting out less fires and that kind of stuff, not having leaks and that type of thing. So to answer your question, I do feel like in the future, next budget cycle, we'll start to see, and we'll definitely be here less asking for stuff associated with the rink.
Okay. Thank you, Director.
Director, I'm curious as to why you eliminated job code 208, which is HVAC plumbing maintenance person.
We eliminated it primarily because it was only budgeted at $50,000, and there was no way we were going to get someone to fit the job description we had at that rate. So we essentially took that $50,000, and this is our recommendation, that we eliminate that position and move $25,000 of that into our service contract, because we anticipate, obviously, we have HVAC needs. The service contract is how we address those HVAC needs with an outside vendor. So that was kind of the rationale for that move.
And did we actually have that position filled last year?
No, that position hasn't been filled. 2018 was the last time that position was filled.
And off the top of your head, do you know what you spent on HVAC and plumbing and outside services last year?
No, not off the top of my head.
And if you're moving 25,000 into the services line, so I would just point out that would be independent contractors, right? So we don't have healthcare, we don't have pensions, we don't have any benefits associated to that at all, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
One quick follow-up on the asphalt, just for a sense of scale. So with about 400 miles of road in Warwick and roads being needed to be milled about every 8 to 12 years, but let's say that we're behind, just practically speaking, there's a lot of roads we're not getting to. So maybe we revise that to 20 years. I'm just thinking in my head that there are literally some roads in Ward 2 that haven't been paved in my lifetime, and I'm 37 years old. So 400 miles of roads divided by, say, 20 years, and cut that number in half again, because figure that maybe on a lot of these roads, we can get maybe 50% reimbursement from other utilities, doing utility work at the same time that the roads are being repaved, and then pitching in 50%. That would still, by my incredibly rough, very much ballpark math, come out to, in order to meet that goal, about $10 million per year. And I just look at that compared to us using $3 million in the one-time funds and having a regular city budget of $80,000 for asphalt. And I'm thinking to myself that not only when these funds run out, but even right now with $3 million, I think that the $3 million is unsustainable to not only keep us, keep the status quo on the status of the roads, but to try to improve or maintain the status of the roads. Seems to me that perhaps in order to maintain or improve the status of the roads, it may take annually $10 million or more. Would that be a fair general ballpark?
I would love to have $10 million a year to pave with, but I don't think that's fair. When we start to look at different roads, there are other pavement preservation techniques. You know, you can go out and crack seal a road and it costs pennies on the dollar, and that buys you 3 to 5 years on that road. We tried the new technique, the microsurfacing, which we did on Sandy Lane and Long Street. That's about a quarter of the price to pave a road, and that'll give you 5 to 7 years. So what you need to do is you need to have a lot of different bullets in your gun to kind of address the needs that need to be addressed, and that's how you pull that money out. And I think ideally, you know, the number is your $10 million number. The math that I do, you know, if we wanted to have brand new roads all throughout the city, you're probably at closer to 6. But that's not realistic in any municipality to have perfect roads all over the city. You know, so 3 to 4, and using the different techniques and taking a scientific approach to it, I think we can manage that.
That's really good to hear. Taking a look at the condition of the roads, I know, well, not to use a cliche, but the budget is the set of the city's priorities, just like a family's budget is how it shows its priorities. And I know walking around the ward, one of the top 3 issues that I generally hear about, most years it's been the #1 issue. I suppose in more recent years I've been hearing more and more about schools and taxes, but most years I've been on the council, the #1 concern that people bring up to me when I knock on the door is about the roads. So it's good to hear that we may be able to get the roads a little better managed with using those different smarter techniques. And I really appreciate you bringing that innovation to the DPW. Thank you for your time.
So, not for tonight, because this is not a reasonable request for tonight. Is it possible for you to put together the amount of money we spent, at least for this year, if not, the more years, the better, on the HVAC / the duties that HVAC / plumbing maintenance person would have done that we ended up spending?
We can put together money that we've spent on HVAC stuff, but obviously it's tough to correlate what someone on staff could have done versus what the outside vendor could have done. But we can pull something like that together, I think.
Much appreciated. Yeah, just to the extent possible. Nothing Herculean is necessary. Thank you.
Sorry, just to touch on that again. I don't know what I'd do without Christy, but our bid cap on that is $70,000. So that's kind of what we anticipate spending on HVAC type operations.
Got it. Thank you.
Any questions from members of the public on the public works budget? Please come up to the microphone. The Sergeant of Arms will turn it on for you, and please identify yourself for the record.
Thank you, Mr. President. Peter Becker, Coordinator for Friends of Salter Grove, with a question for Director Earls. Which would be the line item that would cover repair and maintenance of public park facilities? Would that be 70281?
I think that it would have to depend on what the Yeah, it would depend on the scope and the type of work. You know,
So in 2022, we requested that there be a replacement of the wood chips on the playground at Salter Grove because the gravel basement layer had been exposed. There was no response to that, and fearing for the safety of the children, we spent $4,100 purchasing and installing the chips and rubber safety mats underneath the equipment at that time. We've tried unsuccessfully to recover those funds since then because we prefer to use our grants for improvements to the parks, innovations and so forth. We don't think that we should be responsible for ordinary maintenance. So my question really boils down to, is $35,000 enough to cover all the parks for simple day-to-day maintenance activities, replacement of materials, replacement of broken equipment and so forth?
That's a tough one to answer. I can't say exactly, but is it enough to do all the Cadillac of every playground? No, probably not, but is it enough to kind of keep playgrounds functioning in a safe manner? Perhaps, but again, it's the kind of thing that we can't thoroughly address without knowing what the scope is. $4,000 worth of mulch at one playground is $50,000 worth of mulch at 12 playgrounds. That's kind of what we're up against. We are doing our best to manage within the budget. Again, $10 million for paving roads would be fantastic. $300,000 for parks, that would be great too, but we have to manage what's within our budget.
The budget is being discussed tonight, and so what I'm suggesting is that a correct amount should be appropriated for those basic day-to-day maintenance activities. We're talking about installing a new skating rink, which will have even higher maintenance costs and replacement costs and so forth. And at this point, it would be my judgment that the city is not meeting its obligations to provide a safe environment by maintaining the parks appropriately. And this is not just our experience, but the experience of other Friends of Parks groups that I've spoken with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Any additional questions from members of the public on the Public Works budget? Councilman Sinapi.
This is more a point of information that some of the, at least one park in particular, the local entity that's handling it for the community actually opted out of the more expensive tactic of the pour-in-place rubber, which doesn't require the constant maintenance, has a crazy long warranty. It's better in every way. It's just way more expensive on the initial investment. And I know at least one community group opted out of that in favor of getting like more improvements to the park elsewise, and instead went with the wood chips on the understanding that they would be responsible for replacing them as opposed to the city. There's all sorts of problems with that, but that's something to keep in mind going forward if and when we do more park improvements. I know even in Ward 8, it's coming up, and that's something we went out of our way to avoid having be an issue, because I suspect one or more ongoing park issues is exactly that problem, where a community group said they would handle it, and then groups change, leadership changes, and now they feel that the city should. So just keeping in mind going forward.
Thank you, Councilman. We will now move to the personnel budget. Personnel budget can be found on page 13. Are there any questions from members of the council on the personnel budget, page 13? Any questions from members of the public on the personnel budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, what's the reason for the increase in temporary services of 20%?
We're just trying to calculate what our temporary services would require during the year. We have a vacancy. You'll see one position there that we have in the personnel supplement is vacant. And we're actually go back and forth as to the need to fill that based on some improvements in efficiency. So I pumped up both, I think, the overtime and the temporary services a small amount. But if we hire somebody, we won't need those.
Are you currently using anyone in temporary services now?
We're using, we have hired somebody on the 75-day rule, and for some reason that's come out of our salary line. I think because the person was in, the 75-day rule is a person who is retired, and you can rehire them back for up to 75 days a year on the temporary payroll or on a temporary basis, no benefits, no overtime. And we've been utilizing someone for about 10 hours a week. That's come out of our salary line. Not sure why, but I think it's because we have those vacancies.
So are you using one person in temporary services and personnel or two?
One.
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 Have you used more than one this past year?
No, it's always been one. I think we had one person who left, and then we brought on someone else. I can't remember if that was this fiscal year or last. But there's only been one body in the office, and we've had a period of not using it at all for when one person left and another one came back.
And how long was that person employed?
I don't know. You mean the prior temp person?
No, that the temp person that you're speaking to now, how long has that person been a temp? What's the duration of time?
Began, I believe, at the end of the last fiscal year. I don't have the actual date as that she started. She works about 10 hours a week.
So it's close to a year.
No, I don't know. She hasn't been here for a year.
Oh, I thought you said she started just prior to the new fiscal year.
No, I'm sorry, I might have misstated. I don't know when she started. I don't know if it was before the fiscal year. No, she did. She did. I'm sorry, you're correct.
Okay.
She started before the beginning of this current. I'm getting confused on it. I'd have to look it up.
Okay. And you said something interesting, that the monies paid to that temporary service person was being deducted out of your salary line item. How long had that been going on before it was noticed?
I don't know. I'd say probably during the budget process, I noticed it.
And that money that was coming out of the salary line item, does that mean the person in temporary services was getting a payroll check, or was that person still getting as what I refer to as an independent contractor check?
Well, people on the temporary payroll are not independent contractors. If you're on the temporary payroll, you get a check just like our rink guards or like our summer help. They get a check pulled from the same funds. It's a paycheck.
Okay.
They'll get a W-2. I haven't used an independent contractor.
Do they receive the same payroll deductions as any other payroll employee?
Well, no. I mean, taxes would be taken out in the usual fashion, but there's no deductions. They're not benefits eligible. So a temporary employee, there's no deductions for health insurance, pension. There's a couple of other things that a regular full-time employee has deducted. These would not. As a temporary, they get just basically FICA and state and federal.
Okay. And what is the hourly rate that we pay this particular temporary employee?
I'd have to look that up. I think it's between 15 to 20. I'd have to look it up.
Between $15 and $20 per hour?
I'd have to look that up.
Okay, could you get back to me on that, please?
Sure.
That's all I have, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Any additional questions on the personnel budget? Any questions from members of the public on the personnel budget? Hearing none, we will move to the employee benefits budget. Employee benefits budget can be found on page 51. Are there any questions from members of the council on the employees benefit budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Bear with me 1 minute, Mr. President. So with the employee benefits, with regard to healthcare benefits, is it accurate to say that healthcare has gone up about 8%?
Yeah, excuse me, yes.
And we have not increased the copay at all on healthcare.
The health insurance copays are a percentage, so they'll go up about 8%. I think it's 8.1% really.
However, this council recently approved a contract, which I voted no on, for the fire department, reducing the cap on the increase of healthcare from 10% to 5%. Having said that, what that means is the additional 3% increase that is taking place on healthcare is going to be borne by the taxpayers. Is that correct?
The cost increase, if there's a cap for the firefighters, yes, they will not pay as much as the.
Do you have any idea how much that amount is?
The difference between the 3 and the 5 and the 8, no.
So I think these questions are particularly pertinent to where we are today. The increased costs and spending throughout this budget and budgets over the years is astronomical. We have situations where the cost of healthcare increases beyond what we can pass on to the employees. So that means the taxpayers are left paying the bill. The very taxpayers who don't have the luxury of getting the raises that we're seeing being proposed in this budget this evening. And that is particularly concerning to me, and it has been for a very long time. As I said earlier, this city doesn't have a revenue problem. It's got a spending problem. And I don't know how to answer my constituents when they ask me who's paying the bill, who's picking up the tab. How are we supposed to be expected to pay for this? And we continue having these cost increases, whether it be in healthcare, whether it be in prescription drugs, whether it be in pensions, and it's being absorbed, the additional portions, by the taxpayers. we need to tackle this issue with these employee benefits. It's out of control, it's unaffordable, and the taxpayers cannot pay for this. So when I am sitting back in the next day or so, considering the amendments that I will be proposing, I certainly will be taking a look at this particular item as well as several others. Mr. President, that's all I have on this issue for the time
Councilman
being.
Lattiser, I'd like to add some additional information with respect to your question you raised and your understandable concern. You know, we didn't expect a year ago plus when the contract was negotiated. We obviously rolled the dice on the question of whether or not healthcare and inflation would exceed 5%. It is unusual. We have been obviously pre the current economic conditions. The annual increases in our healthcare costs were in the 0 to 2% range. We had one year in which it was less than, it was a negative 1% or so. So, you know, this was a blip on the screen. Do we know, obviously, do we have a crystal ball knowing where it's going in the future? Yeah, even the Federal Reserve doesn't know that. But what I would say in terms of hard numbers, because you're looking for some data, that was part of a contract negotiation, which there were trade-offs with what we were looking for and what our priorities were as administration. The council obviously approved the contract. We were looking for an employee OPEB contribution. We did get language that's provisional, that employees will pay 2% of their salaries towards OPEB, provisional on the other employee groups when their contracts come up for negotiation, agreeing to the same. If we're successful with those future negotiations with police and municipal union, and then it obviously would also apply to the non-union employees. With fire alone, given the salary budget of $18+ million in the FY24, that 2% amounts to about $380,000 in OPEB contributions. The cost of the estimated cost of the difference between a 5% and 8% employee contribution towards healthcare, given the experience we have this year, is about $20,000. Hopefully that's a one-time event. We don't know whether that's the case or not. But so we paid $20,000. We're going to be paying $20,000 in FY24 for the potential to be saving annually and increasing based on increase in salaries in upwards of $380,000 a year. So we didn't expect to get caught this year, but I think it's a good bet if we can get the $380,000 in OPEB contributions.
Well, thank you for that, Chief. As you know, I disagreed with that OPEB issue then, and I still disagree with it now. And I would remind everyone that a couple of years ago, we had this discussion about healthcare. And we had the discussion that during COVID, people were not going to their primary cares. They weren't doing elective procedures. They weren't doing elective surgeries. Many people weren't even going to the dentist. So the writing was on the wall that when this COVID got past us, that healthcare costs would increase significantly. Over the course of my career, I have seen healthcare costs increase 19, 20, and 21%. We knew that those healthcare costs were going to come home to roost, and we knew it long before we voted on contracts. I should say, Mr. Newton has suggested that we put somewhere in the vicinity of $68 million into this OPEB trust. over the next 9 years. That's more than what we have increased our costs to the taxpayers over the last 20. Last 20 was about 70 million. Now we're talking about increasing it to 68 million in 9 years. But yet, Mr. Newton says that he did not look or calculate at the other needs of the city or future spending of the city. How do you explain this to the taxpayers? How do you explain these kind of things to the senior citizens, to the veterans, to the disabled veterans, to the veterans that are on fixed income, the people that are on fixed income, the people have survived through the COVID, the business community that
Councilman,
has struggled.
if we just answer what's in the budget
Excuse me,
this
this is
evening.
the budget, Mr.
No,
President. We're
excuse
talking
me.
about OPEB.
Councilman,
We're talking about
Councilman.
healthcare. We're talking about
Councilman,
benefits.
please.
These are costs to the
Councilman,
taxpayers.
you've had your time, please. I'm going to ask them to answer your question, but just talk about what is in the OPEB in front of us in the budget at this time.
Well, we were sort of speaking, the councilman's questions addressed the concern that the cap on fire union employees' healthcare was decreased from 10% to 5%, yet we have an 8% increase in healthcare premiums going forward into FY24. That is a blip on the screen, perhaps with the experience of COVID. You know, the healthcare market has, the cost market has stabilized, and going forward, we don't expect to see that size of an increase in future years. So therefore, the 5% number is more the norm than it is the exception. So that's where we expect to be.
So how does that reduce the burden to the taxpayers? It doesn't. You know, we talk about the OPEB funding thing, and you know what a great idea this is to do that. So I did a little checking because
You have 1 minute,
Massachusetts-
Councilman.
Massachusetts was discussed previously, and when I looked into, I believe it was Framingham. Framingham currently has 10 to 12 million in their plan, 10 to 12 million, and they can't meet the stress test. It's not enough money to discount the bonds. If this city wants to reduce the costs and eliminate the need for funding that OPEB plan that may come to fruition or may not, then you need to get serious and start addressing the out-of-control costs on healthcare, pensions, cap on prescription drugs, and free healthcare. That's what you need to start addressing. That's going
Time's
to
up,
produce
Councilman.
real savings.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Director. Director, if you would look at item 75158, healthcare municipal, does that include the city council healthcare?
Yes, they would be in healthcare municipal.
Thank you. Is the healthcare option for municipal city council? As a member of this city council, I consider myself a part-time worker. I do go to work every day at another job. Do we offer healthcare to other part-time workers in the city?
No, you have to, other than elected officials, you'd have to work a regular schedule of over 20 hours a week, every week. on
So
average.
as an elected official, we can debate that's debatable, whether we work under or over 20 hours a week, but we're talking the budget here now. So in this budget that I'm looking at, I see that healthcare for municipal does not include part-time workers that work for the city, whether it be seasonal or otherwise, but it is for elected officials. Are they mandatory to get the healthcare? Is it required that I, as a council person, an elected official, considered a part-time position where I meet twice a month, and except for on budget season, do I have to opt for that healthcare?
No, you don't.
Thank you. I know I'm asking you questions that I think we all already know the answer to, but I just want to give that. But it is offered to us, and there are members who would like to get that health care or do opt to take that health care. And it doesn't matter who they are, it's there. And that's added to budget code 75, those members that get the health care, that is added to budget code 75158. I'd like to take this moment because it is also in the budget code of Healthcare Fire 75162, Healthcare Police 75160. This is a statement and a rebuttal to my colleagues' comments. I pay for life insurance as a human being with the hope and the gamble that my family would never need to collect on it. As my spouse pays for life insurance on the hope and gamble that I will never collect on it. When we approve these contracts, the way I look at it is we are asking our police to potentially go into very dangerous situations. We are asking and requiring our fire to go into potentially very dangerous situations. And we pray every day that that potential situation never happens. But if it does, I, as an elected official, so I'm going to answer the question of why I approve those contracts and why I voted down, because one, I do believe that the ordinance that was going for was not proper because it is a collective bargaining issue. But two, I want to ensure that the fire and the police that I am asking to have my back know that we as a city have their back. And that can go for the teachers as well that go into classrooms full of Petri dishes. That can go for our municipal employees who have, Lord only knows who's walking in front of them. I want to ensure that they have that insurance of what we hope doesn't happen, of the possibility that does happen, and they're protected in the future. So I thank you for that, for those statements, for answering my obvious questions. But the cost is shared by everybody, including members on this council. The expense is shared by everybody, including members on this council. But the reasoning is very simple. We are recruiting and looking for the best people to serve our city. And if there's a price that comes with this, and I just want to finalize my statement by saying this, and I thank you for the time, Mr. President, to my colleagues and to the public. The point of the statement is this, is that as we're looking at this budget, as we're assessing this budget, as we're trying to figure out everything, we as a municipality are trying to figure out how to spend the money and take care of our employees, where I see healthcare as a much bigger issue above our heads. We are a municipality. We are at the bottom of government services, if you think about it. The federal, state, municipality. Healthcare, as we've heard for well over 40, 50, 60, 80 years, is a national issue. That doesn't mean we turn our backs on those that we are trying to look out for and look out for us. So that's the end of, thank you, Mr. President. I thank you for the time.
Councilman Sinapi.
Just had a question on line 75-169 for dental municipal. The budget for 2023 was 317, year to date was 240, but then projected for 2023 was 88, and then proposed for 2024 is 83. I was just wondering if any of those are in error or if that's all supposed to read that way, although I'm not sure if that's even possible for the year to date and the
I'm going to
projection.
defer to my more intelligent colleague on this.
If you look at all of the dental, the three different categories, fire, police, municipal, I think you'll find that they are consistent with what you would look, and I'm concerned because I've seen the totals, and the totals did not increase 8%. So I believe, and we can confirm this tomorrow, that part of the municipal, where you see the decline, you see a big increase in the dental for fire. And I think we've got some people classified in the municipal side that, in the fire side, that should have been municipal. We can confirm that in the morning or tomorrow.
Yeah, and to be clear, my my question's only in regards to the dental dash municipal line, and I'll keep an eye out for any communication from you in that regard. Thank you.
Any questions from members of the public on the employee benefits, page 51, budget? Any questions from members of the public? Councilmember Lattiser, I ask you to be brief. This is your third time speaking on this.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. As a rebuttal to Councilman Howell's comments. So yeah, I'm one of the council people that you're referring to that accepts the healthcare benefits. You're absolutely correct. Do I consider this a part-time job? No, never have. Some people may consider it a part-time job. You may consider it a part-time job. That's your privilege. I don't consider it a part-time job. As a matter of fact, I consider it a second full-time job and always have, long before I get on the council. In addition to that, with this health care, this council wants to pass a mandatory 30, 35, 40% copay in health care. I'll gladly pay it, be happy to pay it. And as we talk about having everyone's back, I agree. We need to have the back of our employees. We also need to have the backs of our constituents, our taxpayers. And that is also plays important to what I do. So to set it clear, you said it numerous times, let's put it out there. I have the city health care, I accept it, I pay my copay. You want to increase that to 30, 40, increase it to whatever you'd like. I'll be happy to pay it. For me, this is not a full-time job. You can all determine whatever you'd like. As far as I'm concerned, this is my second full-time job. Just reach out to my 9,000 constituents and ask them. Thank you.
Thank you. Now move on to the insurance budget. Insurance can be found on page 52. Are there any questions from members of the council on the insurance budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. So when we talk about the insurance budget, are we also including in this our insurance with the trust? Is that part of our insurance budget?
On page 52, we have insurance premiums, deductible payments, insurance accidents, general insurance accidents, police, insurance accidents, fire.
Okay, so I'm asking, in the insurance premiums of 2 million this year, the projection 2,542,923, does that include the premiums that we pay to the trust?
This is what we pay the Rhode Island Interlocal Trust for property and liability insurance.
So it is included?
That is what this is
Okay.
in total.
And where does that money come from that we pay the trust? Doesn't that money come from the taxpayers?
Yes?
Okay. This is another thorn in my side when I hear people say, what are you getting so upset about? The insurance company is paying for it. It is not taxpayer money. It is most definitely taxpayer money. We are a self-insured city. Money in, money out. What's left is extra. What isn't has to be made up. The monies that the insurance company pays, whether it be for a damage to a vehicle, public property, whatever the damages are, whatever insurance premiums that the trust pays, I absolutely believe it is my job to defend and qualify any of those payments that are being made from the trust, because it is taxpayer dollars. The money doesn't come anyplace else. Thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the council on the insurance budget? Councilman Foley.
Make it brief. I'm looking at 2023 council claims.
That's next, Councilman.
I'm sorry.
Any additional questions on insurance? Same page, though. Correct. Any questions from members of the public on the insurance budget, page 52? Okay, we will now move to council claims. Any questions also on page 52? Councilman Foley.
Thank you. It threw me, it was on the same page. Anyways, council claims, 2023, it was at 3,614. Is that to date?
That's through March 31st.
And we had budgeted for $10,000.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
I'll just point out that I'm aware of at least one or two outstanding claims where the council approved funds, but the constituents are waiting for updated releases. So that number may grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions on council claims from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on council claims budget, page 52? Hearing none, we'll move to postage. Postage is on page 53. Any questions from members of the council on the postage budget? Any questions from members of the public on the postage budget? Hearing none, we will now move to fixed cost. Fixed costs can be found also on page 53. Any questions from members of the council on the fixed costs? Any questions from members of the council on fixed costs? Any questions from members of the public on fixed cost, page 53? Okay. Hearing none, we will now move to pensions. Yep, Councilman Lattiser.
So with regard to pensions, one thing that I would like to
We're
put
still
out
on
there
fixed cost.
is-
I thought you raised your hand for
Sorry?
fixed. I thought you raised your hand for fixed cost.
Sorry, okay.
Oh, okay. So we will move to pensions on page 54. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you. Just a few things I'd like to point out, and if Mr. Schaefer disagrees, certainly can say so. Over the years, we have been averaging, or I should say the actuaries have been basing our rate of return on 6.9%, correct?
Correct.
And is it also correct that the highest we have ever seen is 6.5%?
On the assumptions or on our returns?
Actual.
Oh, we had, 2 years ago, we had a 31%
That's not
return.
what I said. On average, I meant the average. The highest it's ever averaged over a period of years is 6.5. I don't think we've ever averaged over 6.9%, have we?
I think if you looked at the actuarial report from a year before, I think we were well over 7% averaging
That
over a
was
10-year period.
for
But
one year.
We had a bad year this past year, as everyone did. So,
Where would you think we're at today, given the
you know,
market
it's
conditions?
right
that
in
we're
the actuarial
experiencing?
reports. It's pretty close to the benchmark, but you're probably right. It's just a little bit under.
And if it's under by 4% on an average of, say, 10 years, doesn't that have a significant impact to the performance of the plan?
Well, it ultimately drives contributions, because to the extent over a 5-year interval, and they're looking at 5-year intervals, that you're under 6.9%, there's a loss and you have to make it up on the contributions. But I think I'm correct that, and I don't have the actuarial studies in front of me with the numbers, but I think we're pretty close to the benchmark, even after a bad year in 22, after a great year in 21.
So does this budget, is it taking into consideration of moving some monies out of the pension for police and fire one?
Yes, and that's covered in the message, the mayor's message.
So why are we taking money out of a plan that is performing okay to shift it into OPEB?
Oh, because if you read, the mayor's message is pretty clear on this. When we sold bonds, there's all kinds of reasons you're supposed to do it. But when we sold bonds, and I'm dealing with Standard and Poor's, this was their big issue, that we hadn't done anything to address this liability. We've done a great job on our pension liability. We're over 70% funded in all the plans, but we hadn't done anything on the OPEB liability. So we had Mr. Newton here in March, and because of the cliff and the fire and police one, that mortality is coming into play here, that we can move some of that money into our OPEB liability and address that. And what you have here is a plan that reduces the fire and police contributions from 20.6 million, and it would have gone to 21.6 million in 94, but instead, and you have to look at police one and fire and add that together, that gets you to 20.1 million instead of 21.6 million, with $1 million of it now allocated to the OPEB trust. In addition, by the message, we're also planning to put $2 million from our health insurance reserves, which are well over $8 million, to meet the benchmark for having enough money in the fund, in the OPEB fund, so that we'll meet the accounting test for our financial statements. That would just be a one-time thing. After that, we'll have an ordinance before you, and you'll be able to pass judgment on what the plan is. But in any event, we're going to need to do something to address his adopting his recommendation, which reduces the fire and police contribution by $2.6 million from what it otherwise would have been.
But Mr. Schaefer, Mr. Newton also said, and I stated it earlier, that he has not, nor has he ever taken into consideration any other functions of the city, any other obligations, contracts, healthcare, pensions, sick days, overtime, vehicles, et cetera, et cetera. He does not take into consideration any of that when he makes his recommendations. So my concern is this. We don't know where we sit today, given the stock market conditions, which I think everyone in this room will agree is less than favorable. And my concern is that you're taking $5 million out of a plan for police and fire, one, that is in a safe zone.
$5 million is not a correct figure.
What's that?
No.
Is it? What is it?
$5 million is not a correct figure.
What is it then?
I said that we would be contributing 21.6 million if we didn't propose amending the financing plan. Instead, we're going to be contributing 20.1. The 16.6 plus the 2.5, that's, 19.1 million instead of 21.6 million.
So
and we're
you're not-
taking $1 million of that and putting it into the OPEB trust.
So you're not, in fact, proposing on taking monies out of any plan, shifting them
We're
to
changing
something else.
the funding plan. We're putting less money in.
Okay.
And taking $1 million of it, $1 million of that 2.6 million in savings, and $1 million of the 1.6 million in savings, and putting it into the OPEB trust. We're not taking any money. That you can't do that. You can't take money from a trust. We're changing the financing plan pursuant to the recommendations of the actuary to reduce the contributions going forward, taking advantage of what's happening to the number of beneficiaries, which is declining now.
So that 40-year plan that was put in umpteen years ago, I believe it was by Mayor Walsh at the time, that plan
by
will
Mayor
continue-
Chafee.
That'll continue until its conclusion, correct?
No, we're going to amend the plan. What he presented to us was that we get to that 40 years, most of these people will be gone, and you'll have a pot of money with no claims. What he's suggesting is that we change the financing plan, moderate the scheme, and take a portion of that to fund the OPEB trust. And what's recommended here is identical to the proposal the plan that he presented to you in March.
So,
There's 1 minute, Councilman.
so if this condition pursues with the stock market, and hopefully the forecasts that many of the experts are making do not come to fruition, but if they do, and the stock market does in fact tank, what we've done is reduced our insurance, if you will, in those plans. And as I see it, we're taking the risk of now having two plans that are not performing so well. That's a possibility, wouldn't you think?
Well, I don't think so, because
Okay.
they're looking, these plans take forever to take place. And you talked about the 40-year plan, which I was involved in under Mayor Chafee, and the final version that we're working with now. And, at that point, the investment return assumptions were 8%. This city did the right thing and reduced it way before Providence and some other places. That's one of the reasons we put enough money in. That's why our plans are over 70 or 80% funded. Police 2, Fire 2, municipal. And this plan, we're dealing with an aging beneficiary base. Joe Newton identified how we can change the funding strategy and use some of that to finally begin to address the OPEB liability, which is the main black spot in our financial statements.
Thank you.
The programming note, this will be the last item that we'll take. We have a scheduled break for 7:30. I don't want to start the next topic. So we're going to take a half an hour break after we finish pensions. Councilman Ricks.
So I already spoke on these topics at a bit more length when the actuaries presented earlier this year, but now the rubber is hitting the road and we're looking at the budget. So I do want to revisit some of this a little bit more briefly than those more extended comments earlier. So we got ourselves as a city into the position of needing a 40-year plan because the city was guaranteeing benefits that employees would receive, but neither the city nor the employees at that time were contributing one dime into those long-term obligations. And so then here we find ourselves in a position where the city is spending $20 million, over $20 million every year to dig ourselves out of that hole that the city placed itself in back in the 1970s and 1980s. The 40-year plan, the 40 years would have come to an end right around the fiscal year 2037, because in the fiscal year 2036, we would be projected to spend over $30 million, but then it dramatically falls off. And after fiscal year 2037, we don't have to pay anymore because the 40-year plan would come to its completion, and those benefits that were guaranteed to those firefighters and police officers would be fully funded. So I think that the 40-year plan up through this point in time, I'm not looking at, and to be clear, how we got into that hole in the first place. That's just a complete disaster. Never should have happened. But entering into the 40-year plan, excellent idea, getting ourselves out of that hole and making sure that the police officers and firefighters who bargained for those benefits, who were guaranteed those benefits and are relying on those benefits, are going to get those benefits. At least as far as I'm concerned, and everything that we can do to guarantee those benefits into the future, that's something that, in my opinion, we have to guarantee that the city is not going to pull the rug out from under retirees who did their part. Unfortunately, if we can't balance the city's finances in the long term, everything gets put on the table. I don't want to see that happen. So my concern with this plan, the plan presented by Mr. Newton of GRS Retirement Consulting, is that if we divert from the 40-year plan, obviously it's no longer a 40-year plan. I'm looking at the charts. Apparently, we would be paying over $15 million a year out into the year, every year or more, out into the year 2047 or beyond, potentially. I may be reading, or pardon me, looking at the chart on page 15, we would be paying that over $15 million up through, it appears, year 2041. And then by the time we get to year 2047, we're still north of $10 million per year. So instead of being done by 2037, here we are paying tens of millions of dollars every single year on and on into the future until the last persons who benefit from this have met their life expectancy. So I understand the need to address OPEB. I commend the administration for putting together a plan to address OPEB, because how we got into that hole that necessitated that 40-year plan, we basically, as a city, repeated the same thing when it comes to guaranteeing free health care without either the city or employees for many, many years actually contributing one dime into those long-term costs. That has changed in recent years, but it remains incredibly underfunded because very little has been being put in, relatively speaking, to the growing obligations. So I do think it's very important for us to get on a plan where we are addressing OPEB in the long term as well. But I don't think that the way to address OPEB is to switch to this pay-as-you-go model, steering away from this 40-year plan that we've been honoring for some, I believe, getting close to 27 years now. I think that we should see the 40-year plan through, address OPEB to the best of our abilities, and then, of course, not just take all of that money that we would have come fiscal year 2037, and once we get to that point, we need to be putting that money towards addressing other long-term liabilities such as OPEB. But I suppose a primary reason for my concern about switching to this different strategy is that I don't think that we can solve the funding of our long-term liabilities on balance by putting less money into funding them. So some people might look at this and say, okay, well, we really have two buckets here. We've got the pensions on one hand, and we've got OPEB on the other. And does it really make a big difference if money is going into column A or money is going into column B, so long as the total amount is still increasing? And to that I say, well, take a look at the numbers. Compared to if we stuck with the 40-year plan, over the next 3 years, each year, we would be putting millions of dollars, over $1 million each year less into funding those long-term liabilities. Now, that's really tempting in the short term. Everyone wants to free up some room in the budget in the short term. That's, who doesn't want to avoid that sort of situation that can throw a budget completely off kilter? I don't want to see taxes rise any more than anyone else in this room. But the way that we get to long-term financial stability isn't to put less money in the budget towards these long-term liabilities. So it's my opinion, and if future legislation comes before the city
1 minute,
council,
Councilman.
I would intend to honor and stick with the 40-year plan. I would also advocate for increasing funding to OPEB, but as part of this budget hearing, it's simply not something that I could support to put less money into these long-term obligations that the city has a duty to honor to its retirees. Thank you.
Any additional questions from members of the council on pensions, page 54? Any questions from members of the public on pensions, page 54? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to ask that we go into a recess at this time. We've been at it since 4 o'clock this afternoon. I know there's a lot of people here for the schools, but we are going to take a break at this time, and we will be back in about 30 minutes. For schools will be first up. Thank you. Hearing no objections to the recess, so ordered.
So that's the main driver of that. Some of the other costs there are many items that were previously funded with either ESSER funds or title or grant funds that are now rolled into the operating budget because the ESSER funds expire with this upcoming fiscal year. So some of those new ones were, the SY program was $650,000. Supplies and materials was another 520. So, but to Mr. McGrath's point, typically what we do is whatever the salary allocation is, we will meet again and then go back to see what else could be reduced. My personal opinion is the transportation is a problematic issue. I just don't think the bus drivers are there. So I'm not sure that First Student would even be able to staff those 63 buses. So I think that would be an obvious line that we would have to look at and have more consultation with First Student. But I think I said at our meeting that if I was a betting man, I wouldn't bet that they would have those positions available.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the council on the school budget? Any questions? Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to first thank the school department for doing this review of the breakdown of the finances, and I'm just going to take a moment and just identify a few things that I and just quickly make a statement. If you look at this, total other purchase services, out of district tuitions is this is found, I apologize, on the third physical page of the packet that they handed to us, where it says other purchase services included, for a total of $25.7 million. And transportation comes in at $12,245,000. We just heard that the superintendent director identify that the support from the state has been reduced on that. And out of district tuitions is again $12.7 million, where we're paying other districts because our students are going there for specialized, whether it be through the vocational, mostly the vocational and other things that state law dictates that we have to do. And there was. And here we go. If we go to the second to last page, it's ESSER and unfunded mandates. I do want to point out where they have unfunded mandates, and I want to thank the administration and the committee for identifying these. DCYF placements is $350,000, so that means placements that a student will be removed from another, and I'm asking for clarification, can be removed from another district in the city and placed into Warwick for whatever means necessary.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So we absorb that. So in that situation, does the money follow a student?
No, it does not. No.
So it's because it's DCYF placement, that student now falls under DCYF in the city of Warwick. If that, whatever the student's placement is, we now absorb that cost of that student.
Correct.
No matter when that student comes into the district.
I believe so, correct.
Thank you. 24% increase in statewide new green curriculum. Is there someone that could answer to that, please? And if that's the new green curriculum, as far as the curriculum such as Savis or through the internet, it is a full 100-based internet-based curriculum.
Yes, but they also have some workbooks too that go with it as well. So we have to order those every year. So we just replaced our ELA curriculum.
Yep.
We also replaced our math curriculum, and we're rewriting other curriculum too. So as you know, the green curriculum is approved by RIDE, and we also have to replace our science curriculum.
So this is another situation, I'm looking for clarification, where RIDE comes up with an idea and trickles it down to the municipalities and says, isn't this great? They pat themselves on the back and say, now pay for it.
Correct. They give us choices of which curriculum we can purchase.
Which curriculums you must purchase.
Yeah, must. Yeah.
Yes. Which curriculums they tell you to purchase.
Correct.
Thank you. And the PSAT, SAT, and I want to make this clear to my colleagues, we no longer do NEAS test. Oh, I might be using the wrong acronym. There's 100 acronyms. Is it NEAS testing? What is the former proficiency testing we did? Kneecap, thank you.
Yeah,
I knew it was below the waist, but above the toes. So kneecap, they eliminated the kneecap testing. So now their new standard for judging students on their performance and their proficiency, not through following the data of detention or attendance, not by following the data of all their other curriculums, but they decide to place it on SAT and PSAT. They said, this is the key word, this is the new state formula to test the proficiency of our students. Go ahead, districts, you pay for it.
That's correct. And in the past, the parents would pay for the SAT or PSATs unless they were a needy family, and then we would pay it for them. But now we pay for all students to take those tests.
Per law, which is also recommended by RIDE.
Correct.
The Rhode Island Department of Education.
Correct.
And just to kind of go back, and I'm going to give two little history tidbits that I always find interesting. Though a lot of people we can debate back and forth, and I'm not going to get into the logistics of the pension system as we look at salaries, please understand, when the state passed the pension reform system, it basically said teachers now, when the teachers now must work until they're 62 to 67 years old, which means that we have, what percentage is it, step 10 teachers?
75%.
75% are top paid teachers not because they're just riding along, because they are not eligible to retire per state law, and the burden falls on the municipalities. And the last pit to finish that up with, speaking about unfunded mandates, the state of Rhode Island instituted the state lottery. Why? To fund education. And here we are in the city of Warwick, and I think this is the most appropriate time to say it, while we're trying to figure out, the administration and the school committee trying to figure out how to pay, how to support, and how to educate our students, we are also, the burden falls on the municipality, the city of Warwick, to build the schools that only RIDE can approve, and only RIDE can request, and only RIDE can partially fund. So some years ago, we put forward all this millions of dollars to rehab our schools because RIDE said, you don't need new schools. We got the bonds, we started spending the money, and then we said, okay, release the second part of the bonds. And RIDE said, no, build new schools. Correct?
Correct. Or we wouldn't have any reimbursement.
That's right. Otherwise, we won't have reimbursement. We are always at the grip of RIDE. And as we look at this budget, and as we're trying to finagle and figure out a way, it seems to be the common thorn in every municipality side is federal and state, say it with me, unfunded mandates. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. I knew when I saw that page of unfunded mandates that you would be talking about that. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. I won't reiterate all that fury that my council member buddy here did. Luckily, I'm out from that madness. But can you tell us, you have it here, unfunded mandates, the SAT, PSAT. What is the cost of that?
Approximately $50,000. Approximately $50,000.
$50,000. Correct. And again, I've been out for a while. I'm a public school teacher. Last 30 years of my career, I was at Davies Career Tech, and I am no fan of RIDE. But does that have any bearing? I know it's used to test proficiency of our students, but does that have any bearing on their graduation?
No.
No. So we are made to perform these tests, and yet the schools cannot use that, and it judges proficiency, supposedly, and I mean that very sincerely, but it cannot be used in any way for graduation requirements.
Correct.
I'm done. We could be here all night talking about RIDE craziness. Yes, you have a question.
Councilman, I would just add that for K through 8, we use the RICAST.
Right.
Which is we just bought Massachusetts test and adopted it K through 8. And the green curriculum that the superintendent spoke of, those are curriculums that are aligned to those standards. But yet when our kids get into high school, we're going to use the SAT and the PSAT, which may not necessarily be aligned to the standards you've been teaching them from K through 8. And my understanding is that was a simple financial decision on RIDE's part because they didn't want to pay to buy the full MCAS. But it, I mean, we're not crying a tale of woe here because every district's in the same boat, but it just doesn't make sense. You can spit across the border and get a world-class education system, yet we just want to copy parts of it,
Right.
which doesn't make sense to me. So
Well, again, we can be here all night talking about
Yeah.
RIDE inanity.
And one last one that's on there is this dual enrollment CCRI. So we want to encourage our kids to do their last year or so at CCRI so they can have college credits. While they're doing that, we're paying their tuition. When they graduate and go to CCRI, it's free.
They go for free.
So it's kind of an upside down
I don't want
world.
to my colleagues, this is what you deal with when you have to deal with RIDE, because there is no rhyme or reason to it. And you have my full support on this, but again, I'm at a loss. What can be done for this? My other situation is we talked about the green curriculum. And then earlier, Councilman Howe mentioned the acronyms, NEAS, NECAP, scans, I can go back, scans competency, all these that last for about 5 years, and then we start over again. And that's the frustration I'm glad I am not part of on a day-to-day basis anymore. You have my sincere best wishes, and I'm done with the questions. Thank you, sir.
Since Councilman Sinapi.
For the moment, I'm just going to content myself with revising my statement last year about RIDE. I had said they're just profoundly ignorant and that they don't care. I actually think it's worse than that. As far as I'm concerned, their efforts are purposeful. They purposely do this. They want the public school system to go the way it has, and basically to force people to be more inclined to be open to school choice, which is where we see a lot of our money going towards, millions, in fact, because that's the only thing that makes all their actions make sense. Like, why so utterly fail in special education? Why constant unfunded mandates? Why have all these pathways and whatnot? All these things that blatantly screw over all the public students, other than the schools that had the luxury of being on top from the beginning, because they want it to fail. It's in their best interest to fail as far as what they want to achieve. And so anyone is welcome to quote me. You can send it right to RIDE for all I give a crap. They do it on purpose. They want to screw over the majority of public school systems because they want school choice to be the norm. And they don't care how many kids get hurt in the process. They don't care how many municipalities get bent over a barrel because of it. It's not what matters to them. What matters to them is their goal. And their goal is not the best interest of the students. Their goal is school choice and all the other bull crap they might want.
Thank you very much. And just a reminder from the solicitor that RIDE is not on the agenda this evening, but thank you. Councilman Ricks.
Well, I understand that the school funding formula isn't necessarily on the agenda anyway, but I just wanted to take a moment to point out that Warwick has historically and continues to be dramatically underfunded by the state. It's very nice that they're increasing funding for Warwick schools at the state level under the state funding formula by, I believe it's around $4 million this year, but that still means that even this year, we are receiving less than 1/4 of the funds for our schools from the state. Right about 1/4 or less than 1/4, while you take a look at Cranston. Cranston historically gets many millions of dollars more than Warwick, and that trend holds clear even when you adjust for the fact that Cranston does have more students in its public schools. You look one city north of Cranston to Providence. Why is it that Providence is getting 2/3 of their funding from the state and Warwick is getting 1/4? Is Providence really 2.5 times worse off than Warwick? Sure, Providence has some parts that aren't so great, not the strongest tax base. They need some help. Some parts of Warwick also could use a hand. But you know what? Providence also has the east side. Providence has some portions that have a very strong tax base, but here we are where the state of Rhode Island is heavily subsidizing cities like Providence, along with some other cities, and not so much subsidizing Warwick to a much lesser extent. So on balance, our taxpayer dollars here in Warwick that are going up to the state are not coming back to Warwick at nearly the same rate. So when I take a look at this budget in front of us, I would like to thank the mayor for proposing in his budget a significant increase in his city side assistance to the school department this year, but I do still see that delta of $1.4 million or thereabouts. I'd also like to commend the school committee for taking that extra time, really doing its due diligence to hone in on some of these areas where can we cut costs, trim the fat without these severe impacts on the students that we all want to avoid. But here we are, and our job at the City Council, and we're going to, I'm sure, see some amendments coming up on Thursday. And with that context, how do we figure out, as a City Council, what we can do to make sure that the schools are properly funded without having onerous tax increases or making cuts on the city side that would be equally devastating to city services? There are certainly a lot of things that we can do in the long term, but we're not going to solve the long-term problems in one budget hearing. We're not renegotiating contracts or anything like that as part of these budget hearings. That's simply not what we can possibly do in a budget hearing. So we have to figure out, what can the city come up with in addition to this proposed amount? Or alternatively, what can the schools afford to cut? So while the school department is presenting, I would like to ask, a few years ago, maybe a couple of years ago, we were presented with a list where there was a much larger gap between the proposed budget and the budget that the school department was requesting. And working from that list, while the City Council, we cannot control how the school committee, how the school department spends the money that is allocated. That's beyond our scope. But we did build a very positive relationship where, trusting that that money would be spent in the manner that was promised, we were able to, as a City Council, be able to justify sending some additional funds to the school department in at least a couple of recent years. So I want to get a clearer picture of what would it look like if we did not allocate the $1.4 million above the mayor's proposed budget.
We would have to go back before the school committee, and the school committee would go line by line and determine what items that they would want to pull out. We would probably put together a list as administration and present to them. I don't know, Dave, if you want to speak to that anymore, but that would most likely be the process.
Right. Typically, we would have to go through it again line by line, although most of the big things were already captured in the initial budget that resulted in what we have before us. There's always some areas that you can find again, but the concern is that you really start to get to things that impact students, right? You get into the beyond flesh and you're into a little bit of bone. I'm hard pressed to come up with a list off the top of my head right now. That would be the superintendent and her team to go back again and maybe postpone another purchase and roll the dice and hope you can do it next year. I couldn't give you a list right now, and I don't know off the top of my head. But to your point about the funding formula, RIPEC had a conference last week that I attended, and there are changes coming to the funding formula because it's been 10 or 12 years with no changes. And one of the possibilities is transportation might be rolled into some of the core amount that you get per student, which would definitely help every district. It would certainly help us. And some of other things that were never captured before, they want to roll that in, like multi-language learners. I still have concerns that even changes to the funding formula could negatively impact Warwick because of the student populations they're trying to capture and roll in. We don't have significant portions of those, so it could impact us negatively, but that's how they'll work that out.
I appreciate that. Thank you. So I suppose that my follow-up request would be to put together a list of what would it look like if that 1.4 million wasn't there. And I'll just say my opinion on it is that we've often seen in these budgets where the items that can be cut are, as school committee chair David Testa was indicating, rolling the dice on some of these necessary repairs, replacements, things like that. That's something where for too many years, in my opinion, the city has been putting the school department in that position of having to roll the dice. Sometimes it works, but more often it puts us into the positions where we find ourselves, where the delayed maintenance, delayed repairs, delayed replacements end up putting the schools in a worse position, and the students suffer for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. Okay.
Members of the council. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm more looking for just some clarifications on some things. With going back to fiscal year 2022, your actual budget, if I have the correct number here, was approximately $172 million. You are coming before us now requesting a budget of $187 million, which represents a $15 million increase over 2 years. Is that correct?
I have 174 million for 22, so yeah, but yes.
So it's 13 million instead of 2 million.
Correct.
Okay. The salary increases have been 4.6 million, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Has the school department hired any staff, new staff, with using COVID money?
The ESSER funds were utilized for psychologists, math interventionists, and reading teachers, along with substitutes was a big chunk. But those chunk was the main that the COVID money was used for. Correct. So those wouldn't show up here. They end up on grant-funded budgets. And a large amount of them are returning back to the budget as the ESSER funds end.
So are any of those people still on the payroll?
Yes.
And that payroll was being met through COVID money?
In FY24, no.
No.
In the
Last
previous
year.
years, yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
So those people that remain on the payroll that were being paid through COVID money, essentially not taxpayer dollars, what have you done to prepare for the taxpayers now having to foot the bill for that. What have you done to reduce expenses related to that? Because what you've done is you've hired personnel with COVID money that is not sustainable, wasn't here in perpetuity, and you knew that. And you knew that if you were going to keep these staff members, that somebody has got to come up with the money to pay the bills, which is the taxpayers. So how did you plan to fund this without looking for more money from the taxpayers?
So going forward, so the FY24 budget does pick up a large chunk of them. There's only $1.5 million of ESSER money remaining in the FY24 budget. All the others was used in the previous years. In terms of sunsetting those jobs, I believe they're staying on because of student need, and it would be up to Superintendent Danbrook to review, she can jump in, to review the student need for those different psychologists and math interventionist positions. So I can jump in on that.
So as everyone knows, COVID has presented our students with some learning loss. So we're trying to accelerate learning by having after-school programs, adding math interventionists. We only had part-time math interventionists at schools. Now we have full-time math interventionists. We are seeing positive results in our scores. Our scores are going way up with this extra support. So I do think it's necessary and important to keep these positions.
And short of reaching out to the taxpayers, what has the school department done to restructure your makeup in order to be able to keep those obviously well-needed individuals on staff?
So we staff according to needs. So if you're asking me, did we cut other positions to keep these positions? The answer is, if we can, we staff according to needs. So if we see a decline in a certain grade, like for elementary, I believe we cut 2 classrooms. So we do make cuts when necessary, but also we do have an increase in special ed population, many more IEPs, so we have to hire special educators to fulfill those IEPs. IEP is a legal document, as you know.
But there's been no reduction in administrative salaries or benefits or even staff for that matter. Is that true?
Correct.
Okay. So the monies that you received in opera, was that $1 million in, I just call it opera money, COVID money, call it whatever you want.
In FY23,
Uh-huh.
that was not realized because the state aid came in higher. So the APRA money was, I believe, held back, and the state aid money was used to fill in that gap. So we never actually used any APRA money for 23.
So in 2023, you didn't have any opera money figured into your budget.
Correct.
Do you have opera money figured into your 2024 budget?
I just want to clarify, you're referring to APRA, which is the city side, or ESSER, which was our side? Because on the city side, APRA, we did not receive any. That $1.2 million of funding was held back by the city. And
On
then
your end, on your side.
we did not, we never received that money, correct, in
Did you
23.
receive opera money from anybody?
We received ESSER funding from the federal
Okay.
government, yes, yep.
There you go.
Okay.
So that goes to Councilman Howell's acronyms. So I'm
That's
not,
okay.
I'm not in
That's
that
why I want to
business.
clarify to
So-
make sure we're on the same page.
And how much was that money?
In 23, would have been approximately $7 million.
7 million.
Yes.
And that money does not have to be repaid?
Correct.
So a thought just comes to mind, and I don't know if it's an accurate thought or not. Would that be constituted as a structural deficit?
If we use the money to fund operations, it would be, but since the money was used to fund items like one-time expenses like curriculum and potential for those positions that, math interventionists aren't required. They're kind of an accessory, if I'm speaking for them. So those would not be considered a structural deficit, in my opinion. We tried to use as much of that money in one-time expenses as we could to try and prevent the fiscal.
So when you had stated earlier that some of the new hires that you brought aboard were from what I call COVID money, you call it the
Yes, sir.
acronym monies. That monies that was used to staff those positions, would that monies, which is more than a one-time use, would that be considered a structural deficit?
If those were permanent positions that were required to be there, I would consider it a structural deficit. Those positions, and I don't want to speak for Superintendent Danbrook, they're there to help pull the district out of the COVID learning loss. So in theory, those positions could be eliminated, but they're seeing tremendous results from them and a lot of demand for the psychologists. So they, in order to properly service the kids, they're being left in the budget.
So with that said, for all intents and purposes, those positions will remain. Certainly
Correct.
at least through 2024.
Correct. They're in
So
the current
then-
budget. Yes.
Then there is a structural deficit in 2024.
No, they're not ESSER funded in 2024. We have $1.5 million. All right, yes. So there's $1.5 million of ESSER funding remaining that's in the 2024 budget. So those smaller positions, but not $7 million worth of positions are structural deficits.
No, the
So-
1.5 million,
correct. Yep.
that would be the structural deficit.
Correct.
And where does that show up in your budget?
The 1.5 million, it's a reduction to salaries currently. Because it's
And
reducing.
It's listed in there?
It's in the overall number, the $95 million. It
Okay.
includes a reduction for the ESSER funded
But
positions.
It doesn't separate out that structural deficit. It's kind of
No.
rolled up into one number.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Just bear with me while I'm making notes. So
1 minute, Councilman.
This 2024 budget that you present to the city council, does that include any anticipated raises in the upcoming contracts for the teachers in the WISE union, which I think is in August?
Did you want to speak to that?
Is anything in this budget factored in for that?
No, it does not.
It's not.
Correct.
And
Actually, I'm sorry, the WISE union contract is in there, correct? Is.
the WISE union is?
Yes, because they're under contract currently. Their increase is in there.
All right, so what is it, in August, when the teacher's contract
Yes.
comes up? And
Yes.
during the last contract negotiations, I seem to remember a number of about 3.3 million in increases. Do I have a correct recall on that?
0, 2.5, and 2.5 are over the 3 years of the contract. So overall, I was before my time, so I'm not sure what that ended up being, but it's approximately $1 million a percentage. So
So we're pretty close when I
Yeah.
say 3.3 million.
Yeah.
So that
That's fine.
is not figured into the request that your school department is submitting to us for $187 million.
correct.
So why wouldn't you figure
Time's up, Councilman.
something in there for raises?
Councilman, it was a judgment call, and talks hadn't begun yet, and whatever would populate that line item would just increase whatever we're asking you for here today. So it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. So if we added 2 million, we'd be here looking at a 3.4 million gap.
Well, Mr.
So-
Chairman, the difference is what you're asking for now to this council and to the taxpayers is different than what they could end up having for a bill. And I think if you're looking for the taxpayers to pick up the bill, which obviously you have to, then I think all the possibilities should be out there. It's inevitable that there's going to be a salary change with the upcoming contract. And I don't think it's fair not to make that known to the taxpayers that in addition to this, you could be looking at another 1.23, whatever the number is.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from members of the council that haven't had an opportunity to speak yet? Councilman Gephardt.
Hi, Director. I wanted to zoom in on the personnel component of the budget. I just had questions. There's in the administration and in the school administration breakdown of the FTEs. There's an additional one additional headcount in administration, which I think is 2 half-time or 2 half roles, as well as 1 in the school administration. Can you just go into the reasoning around the additional administration headcount?
I'm not sure which positions those are. I'd have to look at the supplement.
I could tell you. So under administration, it is coordinator of competitive grants and attendance and discipline administrator.
So the coordinator of competitive grants is our grant writer for all our titles. That role is currently an assistant director role and is being converted into a different role. So it's a reduction of one role and then a smaller role that will partially be grant funded. And I'm not sure about the, oh, that one is also grant funded as well. The second one you just read off. Yep.
Okay, so adding what accumulates to 1 headcount here, but the salary associated is covered by incoming grants.
I believe if we're talking about the same thing, yes. I know the first one for sure, yes.
All right, while I get to my next spot, you can be doubly sure.
I don't have my personnel. It's over there. Do you have my personnel? I don't know if I brought it.
You all done?
Yeah, we just confirmed they're both grant funded.
Okay, great, thanks. And then under school administration, there's also 1 additional headcount, a coordinator, LEA, Early Learning Center.
Correct. That will be for WELC. Yes. So the Warwick Early Learning Center, we have to add a coordinator and the principal position. I think before it wasn't a principal position, but now it is. I don't know, Lynn, if you want to speak to that.
It doesn't appear that the principal position it doesn't have a name next to it currently.
It falls under the elementary principals. So the coordinator is an additional role at WELC. Right. It's just
So Councilman Gephardt, we are adding the position of the coordinator. WELC it's a special ed preschool program for the most part. And there are so many IEPs that the administrator in the building was spending all day sitting in IEP meetings, determination meetings of eligibility for special services, and did not have time to be the principal of the building or the administrator and deal with discipline, safety, professional development. So we wanted to add that position, and they'll oversee IEP meetings, working with parents on testing and making sure we're in compliance with special education law.
Okay, thank you. One other question. So I think we understand, and Councilman Lattiser covered the salary increases for the WISE and WTU positions. Are there increases across the board in the administration and the management roles?
No, they were pulled back when it went to school committee. So that whole chunk comes with it because the administrator increase is tied to the Warwick Teachers Union.
By historical precedent?
I believe it's written into it's policy now. It's all the contracts are the administrators are tied to the It's also historical, yes. Yep.
Okay, interesting. Okay, got it. So, but to Councilman Lattiser's point, there could actually be funds expended in this budget year for those increases. They're just not budgeted.
Correct.
Okay.
A possibility, yes.
That's all I have for now, and my microphone's red, so that's probably a bad sign. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, I don't care who answers the question. How many students do we have at this time?
I believe it's 8,700.
And how many teachers do we have?
It's approximately 900.
And how many schools?
How many schools? It's 13 elementaries, 2 middle, and 2 high.
Sorry, I didn't hear the whole thing.
And Welk. So that's, 19 total.
How many?
19.
Okay. I remember when we had 27. All right, thank you.
Any additional questions from council members? Any questions from members of the public on the school budget? Just come up to this podium right up here.
Hello, Darlene Netco, Ward 7, homeowner, taxpayer, voter. I've been teaching in Warwick for 33 years, and I've been teaching overall for 35 years. And so when Mr. Howe brought up all of those issues about unfunded mandates and RIDE, it's something that I live every day. I mean, I can go back even further with the state test, NSREs, Terra Nova, MATs, D8, whatever. So many things to address. Maybe I think I'll start with, I wasn't going to say anything, but Mr. Lattiser brought it up, so I'm going to say something. This budget does not reflect any kind of increase in the WTU salary. Our contract is up in August. I don't want to negotiate in public, but it's been very distressing to not have made further progress at this point. And our administration put something into the budget and our school committee cut it out. So just to put that on the record. I want to refer to the printed budget for the city and some comments about the schools. Warwick Public Schools face many challenges, special needs. Yes, our school enrollment is going down, but our special ed enrollment is going up. Of those 8,700 students, about 1,900 of them have an IEP. And many are out of district in special programs throughout the state and sometimes out of state. And sometimes a program for one of these students can cost $100,000, $50,000, and that's just for one student. And obviously, the district is obligated to pay for that student's education. The administration mentioned the cost of transportation. The cost of transportation for special programs gone up 24%. The busing for one student, I learned at the school committee meeting for the budget hearings, $31,000 to bus one student. And that's not counting the busing to the pathways, which was mentioned earlier. $12 million going out of district. And suppose the student goes out of district and then decides to come back to Warwick. The money stays wherever it went, to a charter or mayoral academy or a pathway. Warwick gets the student back, but that other district or charter or mayoral academy keeps the money. If RIDE, and I do appreciate all the comments the city council made about RIDE, I share in your frustration with RIDE because RIDE is saying, go ahead, bus all around the state, go to all these pathways. RIDE should be funding that. RIDE should be funding anytime a student goes out of charter, but I think Mr. Sinapi hit it on the head when he mentioned that what RIDE really wants is school choice. Now, all of, my comments here, I the point that also in here, we talk about teacher shortages. Why is there a teacher shortage? Teachers are leaving and teachers aren't coming into the profession. Why aren't teachers coming into the profession? Because in some cases, the total lack of respect for what a teacher does in the classroom. And I appreciated earlier this evening when Mr. Howe talked about the need for funding healthcare and benefits and so on for every city employee, because all of our jobs are vital to this city. And the challenges we face in the classroom are only growing on a daily basis. And we are not going to be able to properly educate our students if we don't have the staff. This school department budget includes 3 new elementary special ed teachers because a previous administrator cut elementary resource positions. We need these positions. We need school psychologists, and we need social workers. We need classroom teachers, pre-K to 12 plus, because we educate students from pre-K to age 22 in the career center, in the regular classroom, and so on. And yes, the budget looks high, but our administration put out a budget that they justified at the budget meetings. And I would concur with what our administration put forward from the start and ask that you seriously consider funding what the superintendent has requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak on the school's budget? Any other members of the public? Okay, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to have a follow-up question that Councilwoman Chavez asked. So in fiscal year 2023, did you have an increase in student population?
A slight increase.
What's a slight increase?
I believe it was approximately 100 students, right? It wasn't huge.
And in 2022, did you have an increase?
We'd have to look at the enrollment data to look at that one. I don't have that in front of me. I don't think you.
We can get you that information and send it to you for the past 3 years. Is that what you'd like?
Okay, what I have here is an editorial on December 6, 2021. And I'm going to this point because you had mentioned, not you, but your colleague had mentioned that you have 8,700 students. I found that number surprising. And in this editorial on December 6, 2021, it's showing 8,140 students. So not quite sure how we got up to 86 or 8,700.
Yeah, that was an approximate figure, but we will give you
Okay.
we'll give you more. It fluctuates every year as well. People move in, people move out. We do attract students from other districts to our Career and Tech Center, and then we also lose to other districts too, to charter schools. So I will get you that information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now moving to the animal shelter budget. The animal shelter's budget is on page 24. We'll just give people a minute to file out. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the council on the animal shelters budget, page 24? Are there any questions from Councilman Ricks?
I'd just like to thank the director of the shelter. Always runs a lean budget. I know that there's a lot of cost savings here through, pardon me, a lot of cost savings here through herself and other members of her department, as well as volunteers, and also cost savings through donations from friends of the Warwick Animal Shelter. So thank you, as always, for doing an excellent job with this budget.
Any additional questions or comments from members of the council on the animal shelters budget? Any questions from members of the public on the animal shelters budget? Okay, thank you very much, Director. Hearing none, we will now move on to the police department's budget. The police department's budget can be found on page 25. Good evening, Commander.
Good evening.
Commander, I was wondering if you could tell us about your staffing. Are you short? What's it look like? How's retirements? How's recruiting going?
Sure. We would obviously hope to be in a better position than we were last year, but unfortunately we aren't. But luckily we're about the same for personnel levels. On the sworn side, we currently have 5 vacancies. I know that sounds pretty good, but we still have numerous other officers that are out with other issues, as we have 5 out right now on military leave, 3 in the academy, 2 leave with no pay, 2 that are out sick, and 1 that is currently out OJI. That brings our actual operating number down to 157. We're supposed to have 175. Also, it should be noted that these numbers don't include the 5 officers that we know are going to retire in the upcoming months. 1 actually in about 2 weeks from now. And there's also about 6 to 8 other officers who have indicated to us that they're going to retire in this upcoming fiscal year. On the civilian side, we're actually doing pretty good. We only have 2 vacancies right now, 1 in dispatch, and that was because dispatch. Okay. One of our dispatchers had recently moved city departments, so we're trying to fill that spot. And we have 1 part-time custodian position that we still need to fill.
Okay, thank you. And recruiting, I know it's very difficult, not just in the city of Warwick, but nationwide to recruit police officers. I know you've recruited some officers from other departments, and then in turn, people are getting recruited, our officers as well. How is that, going?
Yeah, I mean, our recruitment efforts 24/7. We're recruiting every day. We go to every recruitment drive that's out there. The state's involved in a third party called Fit to Serve, where they do the physical agility and a written test. We respond to those testing assessments to try to see if we can get officers to come over here. As you mentioned, yeah, we're lucky that we do get lateral transfers. Because keep in mind, when we do have someone goes to the academy, that's basically a 5-month process. And then we're looking at another 3 to 4 months of training once they get out of the academy before they're even eligible to just be on their own on the road. So we're looking at almost 10 to 12 months to actually fill a vacancy once we have it. So it's kind of a never-ending cycle of trying to get back up to that 175 number because of the constant retirements that we're having.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from members of the council on the police budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Good evening, Commander.
Good evening.
The question that I have is on, in the personnel supplement on fleet manager. And last year, the fleet manager's salary was at $72,201. This year, you're budgeting $84,076. the 2.75 would bring him up to 70, or she would bring him up to 74,186. What's the reason for the differential?
You're correct. So our fleet manager started with us 4 years ago in May of 2019. He has never received a step increase. So he has been operating as basically the first step. When we noticed this, we brought it up as part of this budget process, and the administration immediately said, yes, he should be at his proper step, which would be step 3. So during that time frame, he also lost out on 2 raises at 2.75% that were withheld from him. So he got elevated 3 months ago to that top step. No back pay was issued to him, so he was just put up to that top step plus the 2.75% for the next fiscal year.
Is this individual, I think I'm using the right term, a classified employee? In other words,
he's
is
not
this individual a member of the union?
He is not.
So being a non-member of the union doesn't necessarily qualify an individual for step increases, contractual requirements, et cetera, right?
Not necessarily, but these were things that he has been promised way
Uh-huh.
back from 2019 that prior administrations didn't fulfill.
That did not fulfill?
Correct. And that's
I
why
see.
he stayed at that bottom level step.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions on the police department budget from members of the council? Councilman Foley.
Just a quick one. On the lateral transfer, if we, I know I spoke to the officer earlier tonight. He was in Narragansett. He transferred a lateral transfer here. So does that save us money in training?
It does, because they do not have to go to the police academy if they're an in-state transfer. So it does save us some money up front, on uniform costs for them, for the training that they have to go through the academy. They also go through an accelerated training program once they actually get to our department. So that cuts back a little bit on the overtime as well. And it saves us overtime in general, just because we now have an officer that basically within 6 weeks can be on the road, ready to go, filling in those holes, and we're not having to force officers into other overtime positions.
So I'm being a little cute here. So how many have we stolen from sister organizations or brother organizations in the state in the last year?
We've received our fair share.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
I'm just looking at the gasoline budget, line item 30-20 on page 25. So, and I know that these numbers that are in the binder were published quite a while ago. How does it look for us staying on track for that 2023 projection of the $415,000 for the year for gasoline?
We're basically right on track with that right now. I've been tracking fuel for the last year, and the last 6-7 months, it's been fairly consistent, right around, say, $2.50 that we pay, plus there's the taxes and increments. So basically our cost has been about $2.89. So we've been averaging about 120,000 gallons a year for gas, and that's where those numbers came up.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Oh, Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. Yes, Commander. On number 3208, BCI supplies, it went up a lot. What's the reason?
Yeah, so right now we have 2 interview rooms, and they're old. They're not soundproofed. There's new requirements in state law for capital offenses that all those type of interview crimes need to be video recorded, audio recorded. In our building, sound travels pretty well through the halls. So we've run into some problems where, if the interview is taking place, you can actually hear conversations throughout the building being picked up on these microphones and on the video. So we're in the process right now of soundproofing one of our interview rooms. We have to do the other one, and that's about a $10,000 expense. And then we are short right now on gun lockers, so we need to make a couple purchases for gun lockers. So that's the additional funding that we put into that budget code for this fiscal year.
Oh, and the other one I have is 332 community police events. That seemed to have gone way down to 10,000.
Yeah, so this budget item used to fund our mental health clinician. We've now used money from an opioid settlement to pay for that clinician, so we're all set in that regards. So we decided, instead of zeroing out that budget, to keep some money in it based on all the city events that we've been having. We average probably about 8 different events now, very successful ones at Rocky Point. These things cost money. We're looking to try to offset some of the costs for other city agencies, whether it's lighting, porta potties, whatever it might be, so we can chip in and not take out of their budget.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you. I had just 2 to go through. Under telephone, there's a fairly significant reduction there. Where did that come from?
Yeah, so if you recall, we had our radio infrastructure project. So we were paying Verizon a substantial amount of money each month to stay on their copper lines. And luckily right now we've come off of that. So that's why that budget item has dropped dramatically.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's good. And that was grant funded or Fed funded? I forgot.
ARPA money for that one.
ARPA money
that
on
was
that.
$1.2 million.
All right, good. The other one is, and I apologize if you covered this already, but the holiday reimbursement jumped almost 200 grand from the year prior, or from projected for this year.
Yeah, so our officers are entitled, we have 14 holidays a year. They can either take overtime cost or comp time in lieu of that overtime. So what we did to try to figure out an average number is if that every single officer took overtime, that amount of money would be $973,754. And if they just took the officers taking it now that are currently taking pay, because some do take comp time, that number is $593,480. So we took the average of that, and that's where we ended up.
Okay, got it. Thank you. That makes sense. I think I could flip to the personnel supplement, but did you cover dispatchers already?
How I covered it, that we're down 1 dispatcher right now that we're trying to fill.
The line item for salaries dispatchers, it's about the same budget as, okay, so you're down 1, so the 2023 projection is due to unfilled headcount, and 2024 you're budgeting essentially be back at full staff.
Correct.
Okay. All right, that's all I got. Thank you.
Questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the police department budget? Hearing none, we'll move to organized crime and drug enforcement, and that it can be found on page 27. Commander, are there any questions on the organized crime and drug enforcement budget? Councilman Gephardt.
I suppose I could have asked this in the last one, but with the relocation of certain facilities within the city, the mayor's talked about increased costs for police and fire. You know, I'm talking about Motel 6. Is any of that factored into the budget? Any of those increased service calls or staffing?
No, I mean, our budget was put in before we were made aware of that, so no.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from members of the council on the organized crime and drug enforcement budget? Any questions from members of the public on the organized crime and drug enforcement budget on page 27? Okay. We'll now move on to alcohol and highway enforcement, also on page 27. Any questions from members of the council on this budget for alcohol and highway enforcement? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the alcohol and highway enforcement budget, page 27? Thank you. We will now move to police grants, also on page 27. Are there any questions or comments from members of the council on police grants budget, page 27? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the police grants budget on page 27? Okay, thank you very much, Commander.
You're welcome.
Next department we will discuss is the fire department. It starts on page 28. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
Chief, same question I start with the police department. How are your ranks? How are we with recruiting? How are we staffing?
So currently the fire department has 14, we're 14 short of our full staffing. We have 30 recruits that are currently undergoing training. 7 of them are due to graduate the second week of June. Another 27 of them are due to graduate the first week of August. That'll put us coming into August about 16 positions over the 204 that were budgeted. But then if you recall, we have the SAFER grant, which just requires us to add an additional 20 firefighters. So going into August, once we put on those extra firefighters onto the lines, we'll be 4 short. So we'll already, even after the 30 recruits come in, we'll still be 4 below what our new number will be, which is 224.
And Chief, you mentioned that the SAFER grant. Can you break that down for us and give an overview on what that entails?
Yeah, so the SAFER grant was a federal grant. It was a 3-year period of performance. So starting back in March when they started their training, the federal government has just upward of $6 million over the 3 years to pay the salaries, benefits, and any other contractually obligated costs to keep those firefighters on for the next 3 years. And then the city and the union at that point would, through the collective bargaining process, would decide how to arbitrate those positions in the future. The positions right now are dedicated, there's going to be a 5th rescue placed on in first week of August. We'll add a 5th rescue. That's where 8 of those positions are going. The remainder of the positions are to add additional manpower to our ladder trucks.
How many total would be looking to hire with this grant? 8 for the ambulance and what would be?
It's 20 total that the federal government's authorized, 8 for the rescue. It's two on the rescue for the 4 platoons, and then add in 3 firefighters for each of the 4 platoons for the ladder companies.
And over the next 3 years, do you anticipate any retirements?
Yeah, absolutely. If we look at our numbers now, as far as potentials go, there's 36 firefighters that are eligible to retire this fiscal year. Realistically, that number is more like 10. We anticipate 5 of them most likely. We've got pretty good word that somewhere in the fiscal year they will retire. So we're looking to lose 4 or 5 through the normal retirement process.
Okay. And then my final question is on the overtime. As you had mentioned, we brought in a couple new classes the last years. Can you speak to about the overtime budget?
Yeah, so the overtime budget is a little bit increased. We are a little more aggressive with the number projections this year. The biggest gap that we saw in the previous years and what happened last fiscal year and unfortunately happened again this current fiscal year is we get a rash of retirements that seem to happen in May and June. So after we've already put our budget forward and we project how many retirements we're going to have, if I say I'm going to have 5 people retire within the entire fiscal year, but then 6 of them retire before July 1st, we immediately go into July 1st with a deficit. And, you know, we have minimum manning clauses so that every person that retires costs me, you know, money, almost like $110,000 to $120,000 a year in overtime just to cover for that one position. So it significantly so we were more aggressive on assuming the earlier retirements other than spreading them out through the fiscal year. And we also have 3 of our members deploying on active duty. They're actually, one of them just deploys tomorrow, and 2 more will deploy within the next couple of weeks, and they will be gone for until at least calendar year 2024, we're looking. So we projected that into the budget is the additional overtime to cover for those military deployed members. So that's why you see the increase.
Thanks. And I think that's important that you mentioned the minimum manning. So it's not like it's an option for the fire department to say, hey, we're 1 individual down on the truck today. We'll just do it with 3 if it's supposed to be 4. That is not. That's against state law. You have to fill those positions.
Correct.
At each shift.
The fire department's in a unique position. It's more just state law than it's the collective bargaining agreement actually specifies a minimum number of firefighters required to be on duty at all times. So if a firefighter calls out sick or is on vacation or is deployed in the military or any other reason that he can't come to work, we have to hire an overtime position to bring him back.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the council for the fire department budget? Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, hi, Chief.
Hi.
On line 35, 113, holiday reimbursements. Can you explain how it went up?
Okay, sure. So, sorry. With holiday reimbursements, just find it in my notes here so I can give you accurate numbers. So overall in all the salary lines, you're automatically going to expect to see a 6.375% increase. You got to remember that through the collective bargaining agreement that was ratified in the end of January, that was a 3.875% increase this coming fiscal year. But the numbers that you're looking at from last year didn't include the 2.5%, which was ratified in January. So when we put our budget forward for fiscal year 23, we included no raises because at that time we didn't know what that was going to be because the contract was still unratified. We still didn't have a contract. So all the numbers that you're seeing now, if you compare them to last year, are going to be 6.375% more just in the contractual raises. All right. Okay. The additional stuff is that additional 20 safer funded positions that were added in August. And of the $103,000 increase we're looking for in that line, $73,213 will be reimbursed by the federal government. So that's kind of rolled into that number too.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
35 to 36 marine rescue operations. That went up like 20,000.
Yep. So we're continuing to actively maintain our boats. We haven't had new boats in quite some time, but we're doing a good job at trying to maintain the ones we have. We think structurally the equipment that we have is adequate for our uses, but the electronics are starting to get outdated. So we've been on a project to start to upgrade those electronics on those boats. Last fiscal year, you approved a slight increase for one of the units. This year, we would like to finish that project and complete the electronic upgrades on the other 2, and that's why we're asking for that increase. Other than the normal cost of commodities and services is much more expensive than it was a year ago.
Okay, the last one I have is special operations. What's that?
Which line are we looking at? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
283?
Yeah, 283.
So special operations is the money that we use to supplement the specialty teams in the city, specifically the hazardous materials team, the technical rescue team, and the foam task force. So they are statewide teams that are required to respond statewide. The state does give us a significant amount of money to support those teams because they are statewide teams. But the city still has to fund the local component of that. So we still need hazard materials, technical rescue, and foam task force and that stuff here locally in the city. So we need to support it. They won't fund. They'll fund the statewide portion, but they're not going to fund the local portion. You're welcome.
Hi. Where does the Safer grant actually roll in?
So it's rolled into the line item specifically because that's how the federal government likes to see that accounting, is that it's rolled into the salary items. It's rolled into the holiday reimbursement, any of the contractually obligated lines that are in that budget. And then I believe somewhere in the revenue, you should see a federal reimbursement line. I think Lynn would probably be able to answer that better than I would.
Yeah, there's
There should be a federal reimbursement in there. It should be around 1.8.
1.8.
For us specifically, we're looking at $1.2 million, just over 1.2 million will be reimbursed by the federal government.
So maybe
in
it's
that
rolled
fiscal.
up in there. All right. So basically, it's crediting the actual budget account that the increase is hitting. So
Correct. So if you look at our overall proposed budget, 1.2 of that requested increase is actually reimbursed by the federal government.
all right. So the difference between the 15,540 projected for salary for 2023 and the 18,581 in 2024 is just the contractual increases. The new hires are essentially netted out of that by the grant.
Correct. So if you look at the numbers, we're looking for just shy of $2 million increase in that line item. The safer reimbursement's 1.1. So you're really looking at about $800,000-ish, and that's the contractual increases.
Okay, got it.
And in addition to the step increases and the longevity increases that are due.
All right, great. And then I was asking questions earlier about the reimbursement, and you and I had chatted about not long ago on the ambulance fees. Could you clear that up? Do we have a fixed table of fees now, or are we anchored to some other rate?
So I'm going to answer the best of my knowledge. The finance department actually handles the billing of those runs. We just handle the operational portion of it.
Yeah.
But the change to the ordinance that happened several years ago moved it from a 125% of Medicare rates to a fixed number. So a BLS run, an ALS run, and those type of things have a fixed dollar amount to them now. And it's definitely something that probably should be reviewed on an annual or biannual basis.
Okay.
I believe they used, I think they went, if I remember correctly, they went to the billing company and they asked for the top 5 reimbursement amounts from the top 5 ambulance services that use their billing.
Okay.
And we kind of averaged off that number.
Yeah, I got to imagine 3 years ago, that's before significant inflation, gas prices, all that. So probably would be prudent to start pulling that together. Toot sweet.
I agree.
All right. Thank you.
Similar to the question that I asked the police department, I want to take a look at the fuel budget. So in this case, the great majority of it would be diesel, line 35,221. Let's see. I see that there's and I understand that these packets, the information in them had to be prepared quite a while ago. I see that there's a projection for 2023 fiscal year of $200,000. How's the diesel budget looking for this year?
I'm going to guess that 200,000 number is an error. That wasn't the projection that we had given the finance department, but they had altered our budgeted amount for diesel fuel. And it looks like when they changed that, they changed both of those numbers by accident. So realistically, our projection was about $312,000, I believe was the projection we gave them. We're at $286,000 as of last week. So I don't have no, at the price of fuel right now, which we're paying about $3 a gallon after all the fees, I have no doubt that as long as the fuel prices stay stabilized, that we'll be under that projection.
And so for the 2024 proposed budget, that amount would not be 200,000, or would it be the 200,000 that's listed?
We gave an aggressive number to the administration, assuming that the fluctuations would continue. The administration made a more conservative estimate that the numbers will stabilize at or around where they are now. And if that is the case, then the 200,000 would be enough to get us through the fiscal year 24, as long as those diesel prices stabilize where they are, which they seem to have done over the last couple of months. So we're hopeful.
I would hope so, but regardless, obviously, we're not going to allow the fire department to run out of gas or diesel. Thank you. I just like to ask these questions to get a better sense of these numbers, as well as in the context of overtime, salary, all of these questions that my colleagues have already asked. Thank you.
Sure.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
Chief, if you could indulge me and just back up to new hires. You said in June, was there 7?
7 will be coming on and filling minimum man positions in the second Sunday in June 11th, I believe.
Okay. And then you said in August, I think you said there was 27?
First Sunday, August, another 27. That's 20 of our safer, 23, I'm sorry, 23. 30 total. 23. 20 of them are the safer funded positions, and we tacked another 3 on to try to get our levels back up to the budgeted level. That's as many as we could put into the academy.
So you currently, I'm assuming, you currently have the 7 that are coming on in June. They're already, at least for the month of June, factored into the current budget?
They are factored into the current budget
Okay.
because of vacancies that they're filling. Correct.
So between July and August, there'll be a total of about 30 new firefighters.
Correct.
Okay.
With an addition of 20 additional minimum man positions.
Well, I'm sorry, with what?
But the minimum man is going to go up by 20 because of
Right.
the safer grant. So ultimately, we're just getting 10 more positions, but we're 14 short.
And the SAFER grant is picking up the tab for the 23 new hires?
Just the 20. The other
20.
3 we added on just to increase the vacancies or to decrease the vacancies.
Okay, so the SAFER grant, which you had indicated picks up the cost of the salaries and all the benefits.
Correct.
And that is for 3 years.
Correct.
So you have approximately or exactly 10 new firefighters above and beyond the SAFER grant.
We have 10 new recruits that will be joining the ranks that are not included in the safer grant, but they're filling the 14 vacancies. Yes.
Right. So those are 10 that the city does have to pay for.
Correct. They're budgeted.
In the budget, you've increased your salary item for Fire 2 by $3 million. Could you explain that?
I have it as $2 million.
I'm sorry, you're right. I'm talking about your fiscal year and projection of 15 million in your proposed budget of 18.5. That's where
Yeah.
I'm coming up with the with the 3 million?
Yeah, so it was 16.5 budgeted last year. This year, we're looking
Yes.
for 15.5. I'm sorry, 18,581, almost $2 million. So almost 1.2 million of that is going to be SAFER reimbursed. That's the 20 positions. So the SAFER grant reimbursement is going to pay for those 20 firefighters for the year, which comes out to about 1.2 million in salaries alone. So that leaves roughly $800,000, which is the contractual 6.375% increase over last fiscal year's budget numbers. And then any other longevity step increase raises that have happened in the higher rank on the more senior firefighters.
So with respect to the taxpayers, they would actually be paying 1.2 million less than what this budget is showing now because of the SAFER grant, right?
Correct, but that's reflected in the revenue side, so the bottom line is the same.
Now, given the fact that you are going to have 30 additional members of the fire department, why do you need to plug in 4.4 million for overtime? The complement that you have now is the highest, I'm sorry, that you will have is the highest that I've ever seen. And short of 1 year, maybe, I've not seen your overtime coming in on budget. So why do you need, with an additional 16 firefighters, more than you've ever had, I think, you have the salaries paid in for 20 of them and full benefits. Why are you still requesting $4.4 million in overtime?
Because those 20 positions that we're adding are not going to fill vacations. Those 20 positions add to the minimum man-in.
They're what, please?
They add to our minimum man-in. So right now, our minimum man-in is 196. So I'm required to have 196 firefighters at all times. That's our minimum man-in. The SAFER grant that we're receiving for the additional 20 firefighters, those 20 firefighters are going to add to the minimum man-in. They're not, the federal government isn't paying for firefighters to reduce overtime. They're paying for additional manpower on the vehicles. So they're actually going to be added to the thing. The federal government doesn't fund that to reduce your overtime. They fund it to increase your manpower. So we're still going to have the same amount of, so what we do is we have 196 firefighters in the minimum man-in positions. We maintain 2 firefighters per platoon for the 4 platoons to fill in for vacations, sickness, other time off that we get during the year. So those are the only positions that will help reduce the overtime. That number's not changing. So we're going from 204, which 8 of them are floaters, to 224. Only 8 of them are still floaters because those extra 20 positions are all positions that are minimum man and not additional personnel to fill vacancies, if you know what I mean, if you understand. So what we did this year is the administration asked us to do a more aggressive calculation of how we would do the overtime. And we're actually going into the new fiscal year in worse shape than we did last fiscal year. Last fiscal year at this time, we were fully staffed with 204. Right now we're at 190. And in August, we'll be 4 short already to start the fiscal year. So we'll actually start the fiscal year a significant amount short, actually 7 short. But once those 23 come on, I'll go down to 4 short. And really, the numbers is how those calculations are. It's the department's best guess at when those retirements and vacancies are going to occur. We don't know when people retire. We can't project that, and we can't surely can't budget for it.
So what I'm hearing, and based upon previous budgets, what you're telling us is no matter how many firefighters you have in the fire department, we shouldn't really be looking for any reduction in overtime, because it's year after year after year where we are increasing the complement of firefighters, and we have not seen a reduction in overtime, no matter how many firefighters you have.
Correct, and that's a fiscally responsible thing. Because believe it or not, if you really look at the numbers, paying overtime is probably more fiscally responsible than hiring new hires.
Yeah,
to
I
a
know,
point. To a point.
We're doing both. We're doing both. We're bringing on new firefighters to the highest complement that I think anyone recalls, and we're still putting in the same amount of overtime. So I understand the differences.
You have 1
between-
minute, Councilman.
I understand the differences between new hires and overtime and how it correlates to each other. I'm fully aware of it. But that's not what I'm seeing happening here. The other question that I have is, I go through this budget and I see department after department after department with a reduction in sick time. Pretty much the majority of them. But with the fire department, what I'm seeing is in the last couple of years, actually since 2021, somewhere in the vicinity of about a 59% increase in sick time. And since about 2018, over a 250% increase in sick time. Can you explain to us why the trend with the fire department is so different with regard to sick time as compared to the majority of the other departments? Why is the sick time increased so much?
Sick time is a number that is very difficult to project. I don't know that sick time use could be for somebody calling out sick for the day. It could be for somebody who's having rotator cuff surgery, needs to be out for the next 7 months.
It could be what? I didn't hear what
It
you
could be
said.
somebody having surgery who needs to be out for the next 6 or 7 months to recover from their surgery. So that number really is dependent. It's not more on the short-term sickness, like what you would expect, like somebody calling in sick for the day. That number is more reflective of how many long-term sicknesses we have in the department at the time. So last year we had even right after right in the beginning of January and into most of the year, we had a number of off-duty injury-related sick usage, where people injured themselves, had to have surgery done, and were unable to work for 3, 4, 5, or 6 months. And that number, once they're out of work, due to that type of a not job-related injury, that uses their sick time, and that's reflected in our sick time use. That sick time use is not just the day-to-day calling in sick for the night or the day. So it's really the long-term ones that really reflect that number.
And I would assume that you have the stats on those type of things?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Any additional questions from members of the council? Any additional questions from members of the public? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to EMA budget, and that is found on page 30. Any questions on the EMA budget from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council on the EMA budget? Any questions from members of the public on the EMA budget? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to fire grants. Fire grants is also on page 30. Any questions from members of the council on the fire grants budget? Any questions from members of the council on fire grants? Any questions from members of the public on the fire grants budget? Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
We'll now move to the building inspector budget, and that can be found on page 31.
Mr. President, we don't have anyone here for the building department. We didn't anticipate getting this far into it. and Aldecott had a procedure today, so.
Yeah, he did reach out and say he was unavailable today, but we have it before us. We have the administration here. Are there any questions on the building inspector's budget? Any questions from members of the council on the building inspector's budget?
If nobody's here to answer, what are we going to ask?
Well, we have the administration here. to
No,
answer any questions.
if you have a lot
If
of
he has
questions, I can't answer them. So he would come back tomorrow.
We're gonna, if there's any questions from members of the council or members of the public, they can ask them now, and then if we need to get additional information, we can find out. So, any questions? Okay, we will move on to Parks and Rec. Oh, sorry, is there members of the public that would like have any questions on the building inspector's budget? No, okay, thank you. Now we're moving to Parks and Rec. That budget can be found on page 33. I believe we're in the same situation, Mayor, correct?
Yeah, I assured Director Wiley she wouldn't have to be here tonight, but it's a very simple budget. I can probably answer all the questions there.
Okay. Are there any questions from members of the council? Go ahead, Councilman Lattiser.
Mr. President, I just want to go on the record that I object to continuing on with all of these items without department heads here so we can speak to them personally. Thank you.
Okay, and just for the record, this was posted on the agenda, and it is not the council's fault that they're not here. This was posted on the agenda, and we are able to speak at anything that's on the agenda. So, thank you. Any questions on Parks and Rec budget from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
I'll just chime in by saying that I think that this council has made significant progress, more progress further into the agenda on a budget hearing than in any year I've been on the council to get through. I believe it's about.
Any questions on the Parks and Recreation budget, sir?
Yes. So I would have questions on, let's see, specifically as to the beach fees. Have a question also on the personnel supplement, whether there have been any changes or if the difference between the 2023 and 2024 just reflects a step and contractual increases.
Yes, I believe there's one counter person that got a step increase. Everyone else was at 2.75.
Thank you, Mayor.
Also, you notice there was an increase in harbor management, and that was these people use their own boats and equipment, so Director Wiley wanted to give them some extra money to buy safety equipment, first aid kits, so they don't have to take the money out of their pockets.
Thank you. I suppose that's all of the questions I have at this moment.
Library is not here, and I won't even take a stab at that.
Okay. Any questions on Parks and Rec? Councilman Lattiser.
Mr. President, I just want to reiterate once again. I
Councilman,
object to this
you've been heard
procedure.
on this. Do you have
I
any
think-
questions on the Parks and Recreation?
I think it is wrong to be rushing through the rest of this
Councilman,
budget
do you have any
without
questions on Parks
anyone
and Rec?
here. It's
If not,
unfair to
thank you.
us, and it's unfair to the taxpayers.
Excuse me, Councilman. This was posted. It is their job to be here. We are going through the budget as posted. It is not my fault that they are not here. So you can take it up with those directors for not being here on the day that it was posted. Thank you.
I'm not saying it's your fault, Mr. President. I'm saying that you do have the power and the authority to hold this
Thank you
over
very
till
much.
tomorrow.
Just as a point of information, we can't cry foul if we don't have any questions that are unable to be addressed. And frankly, even if we did, the administration already, for when department heads have been here, when the information hasn't been available, they've all more than happy to agree to provide us the information afterwards. So it's not like this is unprecedented or any, like some monumental cover-up. We haven't even posed questions that the mayor or the administration here can't answer for the purposes of the department heads not here. And even if we did, as just pointed out, we could get the information anyway. So I think we just gotta kind of take a step back and not attack anybody or anything, really. There's no reason to at this time.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any members of the public that would like to be heard on the Parks and Recreation Committee? Parks and Recreation? Thank you. We'll move on to the library. I believe the director is not here. They have a separate board as well. So we will go to the Human Services budget.
Good evening, Meg Underwood, Director of Senior Services.
Thank you, Director. Page 35 is the Human Services budget. Are there any questions on the Human Services budget? Councilman Sinapi.
So my only question is, and I'm not sure it can even be addressed now, is when I previously asked why the senior fees line item was going away. I don't know if you know why that's happening, or if it's even part of your budget, or if it's just a revenue item solely.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So in the revenue side of things, it showed the senior center fees line item as going away. I wasn't sure if that's part of your purview
No.
and budget or not.
Okay, I thought we were going to start with Human Services. But senior center fees, no, those won't go away. I don't know why that wouldn't be in there.
And bear in mind, I'm not asking you to guess or anything like that. If it's not in your wheelhouse, don't worry about it.
Councilman, it should be in there, and I don't know why it's not on there. Hang on a second. Senior center fees include the fees for membership, as well as the fees we charge for classes, which are very nominal, but it should be in there.
Mr. President, if I may, Mr. President, inquiry, if you don't mind. Councilman Sinapi, could you identify the line item that you're discussing? Or is it not there? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's in the revenue side. I wasn't sure if it's also reflected somewhere in the budget.
Yeah, so the flip side to the revenue side of that would be instructional services. So that is what we pay our instructors for the classes, and we try to make it even out so that people are paying just for the instructor fees and nothing more. So we break even.
Got it. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I wasn't
No
sure what you
no
were
worries.
talking
It was an oddly worded question.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any additional questions on the Human Services budget from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public on the Human Services? Okay, hearing none. I apologize, I missed the library. Are there any questions on the library's budget, which is on page 34, from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council on the library's budget? Are there any questions from members of the public on the library's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the library's budget? All right, thank you. We're now on to senior centers. The senior centers budget is on page 37. The director's here. Any questions or comments on the senior centers budget from members of the council? Any questions from members of the council on the senior centers budget? Any questions from members of the public on the senior centers budget? Any questions from members of the public? All right, thank you very much. We'll now move to senior transportation, which is also on page 37. Is there any questions on the senior transportation budget from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
I'd similarly just have a question as to the budget for diesel fuel. Let's see, the 2022 actual was 14,461. The projection for 2023 is 21,692. But
unlike some other departments where we're seeing a proposed budget that's lower for fiscal year 2024 than the projection of 2023. In this case, the proposed budget is a higher amount. I do notice the trend here where in 2021, it was only $4,000. So I'm wondering if this reflects an additional vehicle or if there's a different reason why the numbers are what they are. Although in fact, with 2021, I can imagine that Transwick was not running as it usually would. However, I'm not sure the difference between 2023 and the upcoming fiscal year. So I suppose that, oh, thank you. I didn't realize you were up at the mic.
Councilman, I think that's just a cushion, just in case the prices do go up again. This is one of those line items where obviously if we don't need that money, it won't be expended. So I think it's just a cushion. And we are getting an extra, fortunately, another part-time driver and an additional vehicle, which we do need because our ridership has gone up pretty significantly.
Thank you for the explanation.
Of course.
Any additional questions from members of the council on the senior transportation budget? Any questions from members of the public on the senior transportation budget? Okay. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you very much.
Next up on the agenda is the capital budget. Are there any questions from members of the council on the capital budget? Any questions on the capital budget from members of the council? Councilman Gephardt.
Hi, Director. I had a question about, so I see very exciting, the City Hall Plaza and the rink have made their way onto the capital budget. Have you prepared any pro forma supplement on operating the rink?
No.
Would you be able to provide that to the council before we vote on this budget?
Has Tom done anything on that, Mayor? They're asking, has Tom done any work on what the operating costs of the rink would be? Do you know the answer to that?
Oh, no, we've only done comparisons to Providence.
Mayor,
We've only done comparisons to Providence so far.
Are you able to share those?
I could if I'd have known to bring it.
That's okay. I don't need it right this second.
It's pretty old. I can go over it with you anytime.
Okay.
Like I said, we did Providence. It's hard to project what our cost is going to be because it's still in design.
Yep.
So we're not sure of the infrastructure, the maintenance of that, and how much energy we'll use. It's about 60% design now. It's enough that they've gone up for permits to DEM and all the other agencies.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council on the capital budget? Questions? Any questions from members of the public on the capital budget? Okay, hearing none, we'll move to ARPA.
Just to the details of the ARPA spending plan, which you will all have an interest in because the Finance Committee will see are on page 2 of the capital budget. And they total over $15 million. Some of this we have available because we didn't get to things this year in terms of a lot of different reasons. Prices came in too high, or the department just, we're not going to see the bids till the beginning of next year. So you should review the list on pages 2 and 3 of the capital budget. And one important item is that part of the part of the pledge to the public schools is $1 million from ARPA for capital items. Kind of the same kind of thing we did last year, which we didn't have to use it because school aid came in better. I had a question from a councilman on how much is left. And if we were doing this tomorrow, I didn't bring the right file with me and I don't have the right person here. I believe it's under $1 million that would be left next year. It's a small number relative to the whole 39.4 million that we received. We have to have all this committed by December 31st, 2024. So there is still an opportunity to appropriate next year. But it is a minimal amount left after all these. And I just don't have the number with me. And I emailed the person who has the number. I can share that with Joanne tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Director. Are there any questions on the ARPA budget from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Just to make certain, as to the $200,000 per ward that was discussed and that program began last year, all of the funds that were unallocated from last year are going to continue to be available for that program in the coming fiscal year, correct?
Yes, I've assumed that all of the 1.8 million is used in getting at if you go to, for example, page Roman numeral 6 of the mayor's budget message, there's a table of the revised spending for 23, and the council's allocation is included within the public works entry.
Oh, very good. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't missing anything there. And I think that that's an excellent program. Really helps to distribute the money across the city, get constituent feedback. Let's see. My other question on ARPA is, I suppose it's more of an observation. I just want to point out that I see a lot of the capital improvement and one-time costs that the money is being used in. I think it's great that the city is able to use these funds to purchase vehicles for additional paving, things of that nature. I just also have an observation that many of these items are things that the city would otherwise have to do sooner or later out of its operating budget. So similar to what I said on some previous items, I am concerned about effectively a structural deficit that's larger than just what we're recognizing as part of the fund balance drawdown. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions on ARPA funds? Councilman Gephardt.
Director, I recall from last year's budget, there were ARPA funds were being expended to do loss, to offset higher than expected electricity rates, those sorts of things. I don't see anything like that in here, but can you tell me if I'm missing anything of that nature?
I mean, there's a little mention of this in the budget message. We haven't pledged any of ARPA to support the operating budget. Now, many of these items did not qualify other than on the revenue loss category. So we're using them for capital acquisitions, but we're not using any ARPA in the 24 budget just to balance the budget. And one of the reasons for that is we had a very good end of the year, 22, better than we thought it was going to be. And one of the limitations is you can't use ARPA to increase your quote rainy day balance. That's what's in the law. And I think we can demonstrate clearly that we didn't use anything to increase the rainy day balance. But I would prefer not to have to meet that test. And if at the end of, by December 31st, or let's talk about first June 30, 24, or midpoint, or even getting to 2 years out when all the money has to be spent, it'll be an easier job for us to make the case if the rainy day balance isn't bigger than it was when we started. So.
I'll just finish that and say that, it's often difficult to not have enough money to run a budget, but it can also be difficult to have this big pile of earmarked or heavily regulated money and figure out how to spend it wisely. But I feel like you and the team have done it pragmatically and set us up. We had an example when I think it was the police department was up. We used the ARPA funds to upgrade the telecommunications infrastructure, and we saw an immediate savings this year of $50,000. I'm sure there's little nuggets like that throughout the budget. So that's good. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Additional questions from members of the council on the ARPA budget?
Mr. President, one thing I'd like to mention to the councilman, as far as the ward projects go, you need to get moving on them. We have to have the money designated by next year, or we risk them clawing it back.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the public on the ARPA budget? Any questions from members of the public? Okay, thank you. We will now move on to the sewer budget.
Good evening, Betty Ann Rogers, Sewer Department.
Good evening, Director. Thank you for being here. On the sewer budget, I have a question on, can you speak to your personnel? Do you have any new hires? Do you have any open positions? Do you have any transfers, positions?
We have currently 7 vacancies that have not been filled. So we're striving to get those filled as soon as possible. We have 1 additional position that we're adding this year. It's a mechanic 1 position. It's required under a consent agreement with the Rhode Island DEM to increase our staff in our capacity management operations and maintenance program. We also have a position that we're changing from an O&M technician to a mechanic 2 position. And we did eliminate a GIS position because we feel as though the contract that the city presently has with CAI, they're the GIS vendor, that we can eliminate the position and still have the services through CAI that we need. We would just be paying them out of our budget under professional services.
Okay. And there is a position here, job code 407 is the job code. That was looks like a large increase from fiscal year 2023. I believe it was budgeted at 44,000 in 2023, and now we're looking at a total allowance of 60,746. Can you speak to that position?
Yes, that position was for an administrative assistant. It's been changed to an executive administrative assistant, and there are additional job responsibilities associated with that position. Also, the individual who has that position has longevity, so that would factor into the pay increase.
Oh, so it wasn't an outside hire, it was...
No, it was someone from within the city that was hired.
Any questions from members of the council on the sewer authority's budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Good evening, Director.
Good evening.
I'm sure you can think about what my question is going to be. And that is, where are we with the budget for the Bayside Sewer Project?
We
And
are, oh, I'm
with-
sorry, excuse me.
With with that said, what is the anticipated completion time of the project?
So we are on budget, and we anticipate completing the project. The contractors are still saying that they are on target for 9/30/23, so the end of September. However, my feeling is that it may run a little bit over. We have encountered some obstructions in the project area that we're working through. We're very fortunate. We've had a very, I would say, wonderful collaborative effort with NIFPO and the archaeology laboratory in identifying any of these areas that have actually providing archaeological services for these areas that now need new pits dug. So that's going along very nicely. But I mean, I'm going to stay cautiously optimistic and say by no later than the end of the year. And that would include the paving. So we're right on target with all of the directional drilling, despite the obstructions that we're finding. However, the settling that we're seeing in some of these areas that we're patching over, we feel that probably letting it, extending the pavement out to paving exercises out to August, around that time frame, September, would be ideal so that we could get optimum settling and nice flat grade pavement for the project.
Thank you. No, I completely understand that. As a matter of fact, that's a message that I continuously convey to my constituents. Now, of course, some questions come up, particularly with the nice weather. People are getting out about the roads, and they just need to understand, and they do understand about compaction, et cetera, et cetera. And you are spot on when you speak about the collaborative effort of that project.
Mm-hmm.
That is right off the top of my head, I can't think of a larger project that has gone on in this city since I've been on this council. And it has just been very, very successful. It's been a very cooperative project from everyone involved. I want to thank you on behalf of myself as well as all of my constituents. And it's particularly important and I'm very happy to hear that you continue to stay on budget and your completion date is precisely what was projected several years ago.
Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Any questions from members of the council on the sewer department's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the sewer department's budget? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to the water department's budget. Good evening, Director.
Good evening, Terry DiPetrillo, Chief of the Water Division.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from members of the council on the water department's budget? Any questions from members of the council on the water department's budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, we all know that, you've been dealing with, some serious meltdowns, let's say, of the infrastructure. And you and your team have been doing a really good job keeping up with that. Do you have in your budget adequate resources to the best you can anticipate for any of these unanticipated emergency repairs that may come up?
Yes. So if you look at 201-84-799 on capital improvement, we increased that budget to to 2.5 million, just to give us some cushion for what you speak. We can't, obviously we can't project failures in our system, but that's why we increased that line item 799, and I feel very comfortable with that.
And roughly, how old is the majority of our infrastructure?
So our system's 80 something years old. So, we get pipes going back to the 40s, the 60s. And the infrastructure itself is solid. It just needs to be maintained. And if you look at our capital, our 10-year capital improvement plan, what we want to get done and how we're going to fund it, everything's in there. So it's just a matter of maintaining. Rome's not burning, but you know it's time to do maintenance.
So the reason I ask these questions is we all know and we all understand that there's going to be failure with the infrastructure in the water department as well as the sewer department. And these are unanticipated events, pretty much impossible to predict where and when it's going to happen. All we know is it's going to happen.
Right.
And the point being is as we continue spending elsewhere, we need to be prepared for these type of failures in your department, in the sewer department.
Well, that's,
and when those failures occur, the taxpayers have to pay the bill.
Well, this is why we hired Beta Engineering Group to do a design for a GIS system to get us up to the 21st century. So that way we can target areas where we know we have, just say Bayside sewer area, you know, okay, before the sewers come in, okay, let's look at what we've had in the past 10 years, past 20 years. And we go in that area and take care of the problems. So that was our purpose of GIS to, be able to forecast areas before projects, so laying new gas lines, new sewer lines, and, dirty water calls, everything is going to be on a layer where we can actually tackle those problems.
Thank you. Any questions from members of the council on the water department's budget? Additional questions from members of the council on the water department's budget? Any questions from members of the public on the water department's budget? Any questions from members of the public? Thank you. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
We're now moving to transfers, supplemental appropriations, and emergency appropriations. Are there any questions from members of the council on transfers, supplemental appropriations, and emergency appropriations? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I'm not certain which page that's on.
Page 58, sorry. PCR 58.
Thank you.
Any questions, Councilman? You look deep in thought. I didn't want to.
Oh, I didn't know, pardon me, I didn't know that you were waiting on me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No questions.
Okay. Any questions? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you. So these transfers, so are these increases or decreases?
Both.
Okay, so could you just explain this?
So in your hand, you.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, if I could ask the speaker to identify in the
Sorry.
department, please. Thank you.
Lynn Prodger, City Treasurer.
Thank you.
The transfers are actually for the fiscal year 23 budget. There are two transfers in your hand. One is to move the amount we reserved for the fire contract over to fire salaries. There's that component at the top, so it reduces the contractual obligation, increases the fire salary budget line. The other one is actually a little transfer we do as ceremony to reappropriate the balance for the school department back to the school department. And that is going to increase both sides, actually. So you increase it's a small amount for their reserve from 22.
So
It ties
why-
to the audit.
Why were both of those transfers necessary?
The transfer for the school department is just something we've done historically as a means of reappropriating the fund balance back to the school department, because as a department of the city, they do not get to carry their fund balance. So we do this by ceremony. It is up to you whether you vote for or against it. The same is for fire. We reserved some money over in contractual obligations for the contract. We ended up voting for a fire contract and needed the money for the salaries.
So the contractual obligation actually came in 400,000 less, and you moved the 400,000 into salaries?
Whenever there is a contract that has not yet been enacted, we historically reserve a little bit of money for the cost in contractual obligations.
Right.
And then at this time of year, we move the money from that line over to the department that would need it. In this case, it is fire.
So the fire
In
department.
previous years, it was police. In other years, it was municipal.
So the fire department needed an additional $400,000 into their salary budget?
Yes. That is where it is ultimately expensed.
Mr. Schaefer?
You approved the
For,
budget.
for 23, not
23.
24, 23.
Right, exactly. So in order to cover the salaries, you had to shift 400,000 out of contractual obligations over to the salary line item for the fire department.
We budgeted potential raises in contractual obligations, not their salary line.
Mhm. And that line in the budget for contractual obligations, if I remember correctly, that line is 400,000, isn't it?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
And
Okay.
we reserved that money for fire last year.
Right.
I mean, the cost was greater than 400,000. And I testified to that. We did a fiscal note, but we had 400,000 reserved in a different area. We're just moving it. Otherwise, the deficit in the fire department will be $400,000 greater than it's going to be. So.
Thank you.
Additional questions from members of the council on transfers? Any questions from members of the public on transfers, supplemental appropriations, and emergency appropriations? Any questions from members of the public? There being no further items remaining for review on the fiscal year 24 budget, PCR 57-23 and PCR 58-23, I would entertain a motion to close the public hearing. Councilman Foley.
I move closure of the public hearing.
Second by Councilman Howe. We'll do a roll call vote on that. Favorable action is to close the public hearing.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Ms. Travis? Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
9 yes to close.
Thank you. Having completed the public hearing, I would now like to entertain a motion to continue the budget hearings to Thursday, May 25th at 4 p.m. Councilman Foley.
I move that we continue on Thursday,
May 25th at 4
May
o'clock.
25th at 4
Second
o'clock.
by Councilman Howe. The clerk will call the roll for favorable action to continue the budget hearings till Thursday, May 25th at 4 o'clock.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser? Ms. Travis? Mr. Sinapi? Mr. Gephardt? 9 yes to close.
Thank you very much, and we will see everyone Thursday at 4 p.m. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
No, she didn't give me any roll call sheets.
Oh,